Good morning. This is Secret Scuffed coming to you live with Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Yesterday we did not, or I think yesterday, yeah, we did not quite get to finish up the first segment of the trial. Oh, you guys have quite a lot of latency. But today we're going to finish up that first section, and then we're going to try and get the entirety of the next section of investigation and trial done today. There shouldn't be a third, since second cases usually don't last that long. But in the case that it does, we will take a break when we get there so that I can get some water and whatnot, and then we'll actually go ahead and finish it up. Sound like a plan? Sounds like one to me. I hope you guys don't see that mouse on screen just now. Anyway, let's head into it. Yes, right here. This is where we left off. Right, and I accidentally hit the button before we left last time. What were we doing? Right. We were about to take Jinxie up onto the stand. Okay. He busted out of his shackles. Yeah, what was that all about? Guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Better be careful, Apollo. You've really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenmataro impersonator at the manor. What's with that guy and the whole samurai act, anyway? Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel. No, wait. Let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence. Remember, we need to wait until after you prove your innocence before we take any rash actions. I suppose it could wait until later. Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Athena, I'm gonna go wash up. Remember what Blackwell said, Apollo. Don't be late. Alright. Back in the court. Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tenma, a maid at Kyubi Manor. I believe we can proceed now, if the witness is ready, that is. Oh. Oh, I wish we could see this in the... Like, I wish we could move around the camera here. And then Nurari Hyon, leader of the 100 demons. He really does exist. Oh, she was saying the name of a yokai. I was wondering what was going on there. Wow, that is one well-polished tray. The witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. What is it, my child? Begone, Nurari-hyon, leader of the 100 demons. Ooh, I'm gonna get used to pronouncing that. She's gonna say it so much. Ho ho ho! You think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will. My charm has no effect. The demon of due process? Not sure I see that one. Now, you little scamp. Yes? I trust you know why you're here. Bags. Bags? Oh, that tricksy Tanuki? Try the noodle stand, and go enjoy a big bowl of Tanuki tail noodles while you're at it. Everyone's a comedian. Oh, I have poor delivery on my lines due to not understanding the jokes they were making. I mean, I kind of understand it, but I feel like that could have been localized better. No, I meant your bags, the ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Azukiyarai away. Man, so it sounds like this, where I really wish I was the demographic age for Yokai Watch. Maybe I'd know how to pronounce these. Azukiyarai, the yokai that washes Azuki beans? And I'm even slipping out the voices because of these pronunciations. The only thing that needs washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off. Azukiyarai often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore. Is that so? Well, thank you. Well, looks like Prosecutor Blackquill got more than he bargained for. Ooh, is this going to be, like an Edgeworth situation, where he seems all intimidating at first, but then he, continuously fails to, like, get the appropriate reaction out of the witnesses, and it sort of, like, starts breaking him down? That's what it seems like. Because between Jinxie here and Fulbright, that's 2 out of 3 people he's had on the stand that he hasn't been able to handle. Alright. They're bad enough alone, but together those 2 are just plain creepy. Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenma Taro when you discovered the crime scene. Did I see Tenma Taro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw... Yes, I remember now. Yokai! Yokai! Right there in the room! Oh. Is she lying right off the bat? So, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Uh-huh. Lots. And lots of them. Wait, more than one yokai? Did Tenma Taro happen to be among them? I don't know. I don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Nurikabe, Seto Taisho. They were all there. Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. You've gone from no yokai to a flood of them. This is ludicrous. You would have this court to listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony. Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear, but a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course. What a fabulous idea. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. You sure you know what you're doing, Athena? She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene and her fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackquill? Shall we let Miss Sykes proceed? It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land. I'll show you. Okay, so I suppose this is where the flower comes in? Also, chronologically, this is the first time she's using this in the courtroom. Hopefully they don't give me another tutorial. How do I do this? It's been a while. Well, obviously, this is the thing. Okay. Was I not moving that? Was the shit moving automatically and I just timed it right? I found something! Looks like an out-of-control emotion. Athena, what exactly are we looking at here? Oh, this? It's one of the widget's functions. Right here, you can see the images and emotions extracted from the witness's voice. Whoa, you mean that little thing can do all this? Pretty cool, huh? And here I thought it was just some kid's toy. Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow or error right now. See how sad is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. Okay, it is a tutorial. Got it. It seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess. So, all those yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions? Yes, that's right. Her fear has instilled in her hallucinations and of false memories. She's seeing normal, everyday objects as monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. And the trauma in Jinxie's case is fear. So, she was, and still is, seeing ordinary objects as yokai. We'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now, let's see. Apollo, can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? She seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing probe. Next, I don't want to read the tutorial. No, stop that. So, let's do a little breakdown of this image. Because this seems rather, symbolic, in a way. Because we have the tanuki here. We have the shattered cups on the floor. We have someone, the sleeping big guy, yellow, that's being attacked. And then we have, obviously, the fiery cat thing. So this is obviously symbolic of the actual room, with the tanuki being our little man, the broken cups being, you know, the cups that had the drugs in them, and the big yellow guy being the alderman. So let's go ahead and find out what this cat's supposed to be. Oh, this is how they're doing it. So instead of, since we don't have a touchscreen, right. I was wondering why the screen seems so weird to be so big. Jinxie, what's the name of that yokai on a Wheel of Fire? That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the aldermans. It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation. Exactly, it's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaking for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai on a Wheel of Fire. I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. Oh, right. It's, the big... Well, it's not the big fox thing on the door, but it's just a chandelier, right? I completely forgot that was there. The light fixture? This one right here. It has a flame design and adds up on this, and is up there on the ceiling. There's never a yokai on a Wheel of Fire. The Kasha you saw was just a light fixture. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna have to do this for every single one of them? I bet that's the case, yeah? Alright. Suppose I should get ready for it then. That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now that you've got the hang of it, it should be a cinch to point out the rest. Jinxie, how about the white wall-like monster? That's Nurikabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray. That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. Ah! And this raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster. It's just a statue of one. Ah! I forgot that statue was there. So I guess it wasn't supposed to... Well, it could be symbolic of the actual murder scene, but it just seems to be objects instead. And look! These are just coffee cups. And this right here, it's nothing more than a fox statue. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Is that what it said? I didn't read it fast enough. You did it, Apollo. Her extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai after all. See? A clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, not Apollo. And just like we thought, there never really were any yokai in the Fox Chamber. Right. There were never really any yokai there. Yes, I was about to point that out. That's not what we were trying to prove, Athena. We were trying to prove that there was one there, or at the very least that the one could have been there. So, the defense is asserting the exact opposite of their original assertion. Or assertion, I suppose? Wait, Jinxie, what about Tenmataro? There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tenmataro, or any other yokai either. I remember clearly now. You've gotta be joking! That's like a cute little dynamic there. They even have similar expressions. Order! Order in the court! I think we just dug our own grave. Allow me to push you on in. Oh, what? Allow me to push you on in. Oh, right, because he said he's digging his own grave. I'm really not in it yet, am I? Well, we are still before my little 20-minute grace period to get into things. So let's just keep going and hope I get better. It's the least I could do. No! Apollo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion. Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet? Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update. Alright, what else we got? What's that supposed to be? Like, surprise? Probably. Yep. The alderman dead on the table and Papa claps in a chair. Probably should be reading that. I'm not going to bother, though. Because it's probably just going to get restated in a moment. But where do we want to go? That's fine. Actually, wait, no, is it not? Is it because... So, is lacking texture on objects in the photo supposed to be the indication that that's what I'm supposed to be doing? Probably. Let's see. This seems like an unnatural reaction. Really? Because I don't see it that way. So it isn't unexpected given her testimony? Hello? Is there anyone in there? Just nod if you can hear me. Yeah, there is someone home, and that someone is going to try that again. Okay, no, I don't. That's not what it's supposed to be. Did you see anyone in the fox chamber? I was so scared when I entered the room. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. Okay, maybe we should just look over the evidence real quick. Does this... Oh, that beeping is going to be annoying. Do I have anything here that would contradict that? No, not really. The panic is at the same size the whole time. And the surprise just dies out at the end. It doesn't seem like there was anything weird to me. She went in because she heard a noise, right? That's why she's panicked before she even goes in? Now, I know I can just brute force this since I don't lose any HP, but I really don't want to. I mean, your lack of panic probably isn't it. If no one else was there, then why are you still... I think this is a surprise. We're just going to present it because I don't know what else it could be. I think we are just going to brute force this. Oh, yep, that's wrong. Okay, we're brute forcing it. Let's go. Oh, this is going to take, like, 3 minutes. I'm very sorry about this, but I'm beginning to regret that my disdain for the tutorials in this, because it would seem that me not reading them properly in the previous trial, or rather taking such a big break, has resulted in me not knowing what to do. The other emotions don't act up at all, do they? Right? No, they don't. Alright, have I done this one yet? I don't remember. We're just gonna start here, and then we'll work our way forward. What an unfortunate start. Right after the 20-minute mark, too. This is where I was hoping to start getting into it more. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, there's no reactions from the other emotions, but shock and panic seem to be the things that you would see. Oh, that's it. It's the fact that the panic goes down. Okay. Well, I suppose that makes... Wait, but no, that seems normal to me. Huh. Okay, let's see what Apollo has to say about it. Maybe it makes sense. The amount of fear you felt is rather low despite your legs giving out from fright. Could something have lessened your fear? Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Um, well, let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Okay, I'll enter sudden burst of courage. Now, let's see. Ah, look! Okay, so this is where the flower plays in, yeah? You felt courage as you opened the door, or after you opened the door? Apollo, the noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now. Yes, yes. I don't like this new mechanic. I said the same thing with Apollo, but Apollo's is much more... no, I don't think Apollo's is more tolerable. Apollo's sort of sucked. A sudden burst of courage? Now, where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Yes, there was, but, I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. Any idea what it could have given Jinxie that courage? Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if you saw something like that at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your sudden burst of courage have to do anything with this? Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tailed flower there at the scene, did you? Ah! The demon lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tails flower on it. I liked it so much I kept it. You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene. That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce said evidence this instant. Sorry. It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh, look, something slid out. It appears to be a key. Might I have a look at your baldness? Ah. This is none other than the master key to the QB Manor. Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackquill? It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key? That went missing? Why don't I like the sound of that? Our little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder, which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. And your point is? Until Jinxie Tenma opened the Fox Chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world, and there was no one else in there save the victim and his killer. I trust you have figured it out for yourself by now? A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable. No! How could this happen? Ah! Weird spacing on those lines, or between those words. The defense's assistant will refrain from growling her frustrations. Athena, are you alright? I know Mayor Tenma's innocent, but there's nothing we can do. This sucks. Sykes, Dono. Allow me to put you out of your misery. Can I decline your offer? Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great. Now he's playing Simon Says with us. Well, he's not going to fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. Now I'm the one who's dazed and confused. I can't even think straight. Hey, are you alright? She fell right into his trap. What are... No, please don't tell me that that's actually what's happening here. Please don't. I really would not like that to be, like, the main, like, conflict here. Now, I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed. Alright, I'll be back in 10. Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai. Apollo? Mr. Justice? I heard the word objection, but what is it you object to? Huh? Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Though, I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena. The court is waiting, Mr. Justice. Though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case? Well, actually I do. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Apollo, you do have something more than your cords of steel, don't you? Not really, but we'll be fine. But... I've got absolutely nothing, but that's never stopped me before. I had to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room, because it's all over if I don't. Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box, or in this case, inside the box. And what a doozy that locked room is, too. Well, Mr. Justice, you have anything that can counter the prosecution's arguments? I do. You bet I do. I personally think that our Tenma Taro impersonator was hiding inside the Forbidden Chamber, since that seems far more likely than the other two options. Or I suppose there's 3 places he could hide other than that, but the Forbidden Chamber is, you know, a bit of a Chekhov's gun right now. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another. Vague conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono. It's time to do or die, literally. The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room. You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened? I'm fine. We just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so? Well, the choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vents, it's up too high, and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. And needless to say, the Forbidden Chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple. Like they say, simple is best. Okay, I guess he was just behind the partition then. We need to rule out all the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then whatever's left just might lead us to how the Fox Chamber was compromised. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here. What are we saying? So we... Okay, I mean, he just escaped through the front door, right? I mean, that was... I didn't think we were discussing that. It seemed pretty obvious to me. Yeah, okay. I thought we were discussing how he avoided being spotted by Jinxie. The hallway door? Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out. It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenma came on scene was within the locked room. How would one exit the fox chamber and then lock it without a key, I should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right. I could understand if the killer had exited the room with a key, but... Oh, no, he didn't? Alright, it seems the prosecution has some fine Japanese steel awaiting unless you can explain yourself quickly. I'm fine, I can explain myself. Okay, like I was saying. Oh, okay, so I was about to say that I wasn't sure where we would go from there, since it seemed to be like it was about to push me back into that menu, or that screen. But no, it seems right here. Tenma locked it from inside. Yeah, that seems to be, yeah, that's what it is. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Can't get confused by the game. Don't let it pull a fast one on you. Mayor Tenma locked it himself after the killer fled the scene. Wait, that's what I'm saying? Just in case the killer decided to return. That would explain why the room was locked. No, that's not what I was trying to say. Yes, I see. Then again, wouldn't Mayor Tenma have mentioned that himself? Oh, maybe it slipped his mind because of that blow to his head. You guys clearly didn't test him. Ah! I have already considered and investigated such possibilities. You have? The mayor's fingerprints were not found on the door or its doorknob. The only fingerprints found belonged to the alderman. Ergo, the mayor did not so much as touch the door. Oops. Alright, let's actually, pay attention to the wording so I know what I'm trying to what I'm trying to make Apollo say. Did the perpetrator lock it from the outside? I don't think so. Tenma Taro... I mean, it doesn't make sense that it locked on its own, so I guess this has to be it, but... Okay, so we the player know that, Florent Labelle is the one who did it, because the game told us. And we also know that his... his alibi is faulty, because Filch is a conspirator, because it's just obvious. So then who's in the Tenma Taro costume? Whoever's in the costume is most likely in the chamber already, in the Forbidden Chamber. Unless he's somehow hidden in the hallway, but that wouldn't make much sense. Alright. Well, let's just go with this, since it's probably the right answer. And we'll see if Apollo here can put these puzzle pieces together for me, because I'm not seeing it. I had a vision, and it's been shattered. What if the room is locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door, then locked it. Yeah! Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked fox chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of fact. Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside, but the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. If only we could explain both. How the key could be inside the room and used to lock the door from the outside. Well, it's a master key, isn't it? Shouldn't there be just the normal key as well, which Filch probably has? Or did they already rule that out? Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackquill draws his sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene, despite the room being locked tight? Oh, threw it in from outside. I didn't even consider that. Look at that, the game actually pulled a fast one on me. Alright. What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, then toss the key back in through the window. That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room. And where would you throw it from? There's a cliff outside the fox chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility. Oh, right. Ah! I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window? Could a key have been tossed in Somewhere other than the window? I hope they're not saying that it could be thrown in by the ducts. That doesn't make much sense to me. Man, this is one really long, like, section without a break. Like, it's obviously not coming in from the chamber. We just said it's not coming in the window, so the only remaining option is the air duct. The air vents? Yes, the window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not. Oh, that's right. The Fox Chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway. That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber, then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber. Ah, that's preposterous. Ooh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly. Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused. Don't worry. I'll explain so even Your Honor can understand. First, the real killer, disguised as Tenmataro, murdered the alderman in the Fox Chamber. Then they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer? Amazing. Even I could follow that. The judge seems really pleased. And that explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Tenmataro. And there was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. Hey, it looks like that lawyer has beaten the jailbird prosecutor. Well, no, I'm not reading that fast enough. Order, 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 I say. Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence.
A valiant effort, Justice Dono, but your final thrust missed its mark. Uh-huh. Both that little scamp and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after it left the room. But then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out to the front door? That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the... Yeah! But that is impossible. Without being spotted by the foyer's security camera, that is. The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there is no sign of Tenmataro anywhere in the security footage. What? Save for the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the manor, is there? I don't feel so good. Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right.
Silence.
Must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? It seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliffside of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one. None! Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window? What the heck, right? Ha! I suppose your next proposal is that the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset? That would mean the killer really was a yokai. Oh, well, we have a little, ironic moment here, because right now we have evidence that the yokai did fly, and we aren't able to prove what actually happened here, which means we're going to have to leave for an investigation. Alright, that's a good way to wrap up this trial. If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer. Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be. What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly? Whoa, I thought I was the one with the cord to steal. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Your Honor? What evidence do you have that the killer flew away? I'm asking this despite the fact that in the past, I have had someone brought to the court under the assumption that they can't fly without any evidence. And take a look at this special edition paper. Tenmataro, real or flight of fancy? What did this article prove? Oh, wrong person. Tenmataro, real or flight of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice? The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo is the killer shortly after they fled out the window. Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting... Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer, disguised as Tenmataro, flew away. You know, by some way or another.
Silence.
Is it your brain that has... It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is not but trick photography or some other form of artifice. Okay, then how about the Tenmataro figure Mr. Filch saw? It just vanished into thin air? No, there's a rational, common-sense explanation for that. The infernal yokai our Trixie Tanuki witnessed never reached the entrance. He, or should I say, she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. She? I don't like where this is going one bit. Now, the fact that we know that yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at that time. Not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Tenmataro were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma. So do we win if you agree that Damien is innocent? No, wait. That's not how this game works. I forget. The defense has to play the role of defense, prosecution, and investigator in this game, in this universe. Order! Order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever. Judge, you've seen way worse freakouts than that. Come on. The little scamp was, no doubt, simply trying to protect her father. And it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade. Prosecutor Blackquill's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out the window. Did you really, truly believe this could end any other way? Did we fall right into his trap? Well, what do we do now, Apollo? Our case no longer stands without any real yokai. Well, our case no longer stands without a real yokai. If only we had one. Bailiff, seize her. It is time I interrogated her as the samurai of yore would. Oh, who said hold it? They're not voiced. Oh, it's Damien. Hello, Damien. Mayor Tenma? That is your name, right? Damien? I've been calling you that this whole time. Yeah. This farce is over. How did it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul? Tenma Taro's true identity is... Now, Mr. Mayor, it would be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you had been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and running about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook your little yokai farce. Confess? The defendant intends to confess? Wait. Apollo, Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again. Mayor Tenma, no, don't fall for his twisted words. If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone. The real killer is... Mayor Tenma's going to confess unless we do something. But I can't prove the real killer could have flown away. But you can prove someone else was there. Caw. Oh, what? Wait, what voice do I give him? I gave him a deep voice, and now he's cawing. Caw. Oh, he's being possessed? Okay, I guess we'll change his voice then. Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time for my return. Uh-huh. Uh-oh, I should watch what I wish for. Caw. Foolish mortals, I am Tenma Taro, the yokai you seek. Mayor Tenma? Silence, I am Tenma Taro, freed from the bonds binding me to the forbidden chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King. What the? Demon King? Secret Stone? Well then, I think, I need to take a vacation. Are we actually gonna do this? Or are we gonna, like, call recess? The witness will, he will explain himself. Are you saying you're Tenma Taro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time? Indeed, it is I, Tenma Taro, the one whom you seek, who come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenma Taro, you say? Ha! What nonsense! So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now? Ka! His body is now mine. So, you're saying that Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? And that yokai Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Filch saw? And the one captured in the newspaper photo, those were all you? The accursed power of these warding charms prevents me from revealing my true form. Your baldness? Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt? Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented. Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned. Huh? What? You claimed the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer, the one who escaped from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accused all along. Ah! Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real in a manner of speaking, for the alderman's killer is none other than Mayor Tenma, and that yokai at the scene, that too is Mayor Tenma, or should I say, our dear Tenma Taro. The pieces have all fallen into place. How so, Prosecutor Blackquill? It seems I must spell it out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in a fox chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the forbidden chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter Jinxie Tenma stumbled upon the scene of the crime. The little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the chamber's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. Blackquill is surprisingly accepting of spirits, considering he wasn't around for the other games. Specifically, like, number 2 and 3. The newly freed Tenma Taro then fled from the fox chamber. So, you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenma Taro. But when we arrived on scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How is that possible if he was supposed to have flown out the foyer window? Then what? Do you mean to say the maid of the Kyubi Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenma Taro? Oh. Ah! Are they forgetting that there's another person present this whole time? How long has this gone on? This has been like 30 minutes of these people not realizing that this guy, LaBelle, is present in the manor, in the foyer, with a faulty alibi. Please, just let us go to the investigation. I thought it was going to be quicker. Oh, I didn't even read that, sorry. That too is easily explained. Flew about for a time, but presently tired, I made for the forbidden chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the fox chamber, and I knew no more. It would seem the pieces are still in place. Is Blackwell up to his tricks again? I don't know what to say. Is the defendant a real live... So, that rumor about Mayor Tenma is true? I knew yokai were real. You mean he really did kill the Elderman just so he could release Tenmataro? Order! Order! Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. And Simon Says on steroids. He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai. I was thinking that, but not even previous prosecutors were willing to do that. Or at least not so easily. The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, your baldness. That is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system? Mayor Tem is just pretending to be Tenmataro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature. Since both sides have raised valid points, I have no choice but to... This is the dark age of law, where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dono. I won't fabricate any evidence. Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation. How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all, but... What's wrong with him? Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in a serious violation of that. What in the devil was that? Fulbright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? It seems you found that quite shocking. It's my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this. Your Honor, you need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior. A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case, this concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned. Man, this new prosecutors are quite a riot, hey? Saying that we're in the dark age of law because the defense could possibly fabricate evidence while he's basing his case off of the existence of a yokai possessing a man whenever there is other feasible options. That's sort of crazy, huh? Well, now that we've made it through that initial trial section, which I thought was going to be a lot shorter, we're going to take a, I want to say 2 to 3 minute break for me to go grab something to drink. So if you have any questions in the chat and you aren't a bot here to advertise, you can drop those while I'm gone. I'll return Alright, I am returned, and I have a nice drink here with me. Ugh. I'm just going to wait for the stream to catch up for a second. There's quite a bit of latency, and I want to make sure everything's alright. Alright, seems good to me. Oh, audio on my end's a bit messed up. Is audio on your guys' end still good? Looks like it. Alright, let's head back into it. Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented to say the least. I am Tenma Taro, the yokai you seek. How could such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell is playing along. I can't even think straight anymore. I need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? Back? Ah! Whoa, Trucy, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit. Back from work? Yep. I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. Oh, I haven't had to voice Trucy and Athena in the same room before. I gave them very similar voices, didn't I? Also, does she have a non-stage outfit? I've never seen her wear anything but this. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick? I was seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. Anyway, our trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape. Oh, is that the wrong person I was talking? No. And whoever did that was the Tenma Taro that Mr. Filch and Jinxie saw. Right. Maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. The real fight starts right now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence that you no longer need disappear. Oh, it's her disappearing panties act. 3, 2, 1, ta-da! Well, that's a quite convenient little quality of life thing. Suppose we won't have pages and pages of evidence anymore. Which is very nice. Though I have expected her to take the attorney's badge as a joke. I wonder where all that stuff goes. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vamonos, Apollo, vamonos! Alright, let's see here. Detective Fulbright, mind if we search the air duct? Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you, Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... I wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover. Ooh. I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get that evidence we need. The air duct is the key. We know the Tenma Taro impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the alderman, the killer left the Fox chamber through the hallway door. Wait, we don't need this recap? Nope, skipping that. No way am I reading that. I'll use this opportunity to drink. If the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we'll find some evidence in there. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. I think we're gonna find that little, fluffy ball that's been missing from the costume this whole time. As proof that he went up in the air duct. Because that would pretty much debunk the theory that he was possessing, Damien. And make it far more likely that if he is actually possessing someone, that it would be, LaBelle. Well, here's our vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry. I brought a stepladder. Happy hunting! How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. Whoa, it's pitch black in here. Well, here goes nothing. There's a thick layer of dust in here. I don't get it. Find anything? Yikes, Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust. Yeah, dust. Lots of dust. So, what'd you find? You know how dust collects on something when no one uses it for a long time? Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office. Right. You think it'd be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting... No one's gone through that duct lately? Kinda looks that way. And if it's true, Mayor Tenma is going to be fingered as the killer. But... if we don't turn things around quickly... In justice we trust. Ah! Ha ha ha! Sorry, Mr. Justice. But it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Ah. Detective Fulbright sure seems chipper all of a sudden. And I'm back at my old devastated self. Ah, come on, where is that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer Man, bring it on. Let me suffer in peace. Ha ha ha, justice prevails once more. It's not over yet, and besides, kicking someone when they're down is what bad guys do. Ah! Are you calling me a bad guy? Me? Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice? Then how about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information? About the investigation? Well, alright, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again. Understood? We did it, Apollo. Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? Alright, so the fluff ball wasn't there. Is the fluff ball just not going to show up? It's like those marks on the wall, just complete red herrings. Because I really don't see how those would come into play here at this point. Alright. I can't believe Prosecutor Blackquill would stoop that low. I mean, to pinning the blame on a yokai? He really wants a conviction at all costs. She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yes, well, I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak. I doubt that'll teach him anything. Yeah, he'll probably just write dotard 1,000 times. Dotard. How do you say that? Dotard or dotard? And that's a bit of an archaic word. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Prosecutor Blackquill believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer. Yeah, right. I'd like to see him prove it. Whoa, calm down. He doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. It was at the base of the cliff, just outside QB Manor. Wait, isn't that the staff Tenma Taro was supposedly carrying? I thought that isn't the staff Tenma Taro was supposedly carrying, is it? The one and only. Miss Tenma no doubt tossed it over the cliff when she was done. No way. Well, what about Prince? Nope, no Prince, but if she was wearing a costume, there wouldn't be any anyway. Well, Prince or no Prince, it's not going to work in our favor. Sounds like the staff might have belonged to the mansion. But if that's the case... then where in the mansion did Tenma Taro get it from? Oh, is my idea that someone was in the chamber correct after all? Did Prosecutor Blackquill figure out that the victim was the Amazing Ninetales? He did, indeed. He's a sharp one now, all right. He figured it out while investigating the municipal murder in the victim's past. The amazing Ninetales sparked the yokai craze and worked against the merger, and Mayor Damien Tenma is the corrupt politician who murdered the great hero. The amazing Ninetales fans are so angry they even tried to storm the detention center. I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened. Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the amazing Ninetales? A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He never unmasks himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. And that's why their masks are more important to them than their life itself. She spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. We ought to become fans ourselves and go protest in front of that prison. What? No, did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinxie's father, but also our client? Oh, yeah. You better be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in the history. I just hope you don't find yourself in the wrong end of a figure four-leg lock. Oh, it's a wrestling move, got it. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other new developments we should know? Now that you mention it, our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What'd he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. The exact words were, "I am under no obligation to speak with you mortals." And other things of that nature. I wonder what Mayor Tenma remembered. Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackwheel's busy questioning him. I know, why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? Haha. What now, Apollo? How about regrouping back at the agency? Good idea. We might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. Alright. Yeah, I think the garden is the only possible place we can get evidence from, but... No, most certainly not. I don't think we can get any new evidence at all, really, if it's not from a person. Unless we got into the chamber, of course. Which I do think is going to happen, but I don't know how exactly we're going to go about accessing it. Unless Wright has the answers for some reason. Maybe I'll go read over some past cases. And I'll go do some research on exorcisms. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out. How should I put this? It's like we're at the edge of a cliff and the only way is down. In other words, business as usual, right? Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time it's like we're bound and gagged, too. Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Ooh, and monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough. Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here too. Mr. Wright! How goes the investigation, Apollo? Athena? I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before. Really? What happened? I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. That was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know. I've never had to defend a yokai before. That business about the locked room was another major hurdle. Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. But at least you figured out how someone could have escaped that locked room. Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might be a tad bit flawed. Oh, really? Well, that's bad news. How are we gonna get out of this one? How are we gonna get out of this one? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Force a smile? Yeah, my mentor taught me that, back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Return to the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. The basics. Always believe in your client, huh? So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe. Uh-huh? You're in Europe? Why haven't I heard about this before? Oh, was he visiting Edgeworth, perhaps? I really hope that's the case. Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. Oh, right. He must have been trying to, build up everything that happened at the finale of the previous game. Got it. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. I did, but an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so... Oh, I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then. It was like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all. Haha, I knew she was a lawyer material from the moment I met her. And I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. Aw, it's nothing special. Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. It's just, I thought that if my special ability could help defend innocent people, then I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer. And at the tender age of 18, no less. Wow, that's almost superhuman. Or personal. Like she's trying to help somebody or she knows. Alright, I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times are when lawyers had to force their biggest smiles. And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client. Right. Mr. Wright? Yes? I'm gonna go visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Alright, time to see what's new down at the detention center. So, here's how I think this is gonna go down. I think good old Damien is still gonna be possessed by Temataro. And Temataro is gonna tell us how to open the ceiling room door. And then we're gonna find, similar to how in the Fox Chamber there is a spear missing from the weapon rack that was used to kill the alderman. There's probably gonna be a spot for the staff that's missing. And then we're gonna use that to prove that someone got into the chamber. And at that point, finally, people are gonna realize that LaBelle has no valid alibi. So let's see how it goes. Mayor Tenma, we wanted to talk to you about something. Caca! Ah! Caca! So, my minions have returned. Apollo, he still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if we'll ever be able to talk to Mayor Tenma again. Silence, peddler of the legal trade! Free me from these imprisoning walls with great haste! Wow, he's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. I'm starting to wonder if we should even be helping him with his... Oh, I spaced out there. I'm starting to wonder if we should even be helping him with his freedom. Still, we can't let Mayor Tenma stay possessed. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? If you can clear me of these charges, I shall help you in whatever manner I may. Now, ask of me what you will. I suppose it's worth a shot. So, actually, do I have the staff in my inventory? Do I have any relevant information? Not particularly. Alright, well, we'll just talk to him then. Were those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really your doing? Indeed, the remnants of Tenmataro, king of the underworld they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. Ka. The prosecution claims the feathers and tracks were planted by Jinxie. What's this? I must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once. Oh, he swapped. I must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once. Uh-huh. Mayor Tenma, is that you? Well now. Well now. Damien still seems to reside in this body. but I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien. I guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. You didn't kill Alderman Cuby, did you? I have killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I. For if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him. Yikes. So you're saying there must have been somebody else there? Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned that he had been clubbed with the statue. I'd better ask about this, too. Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me. Indeed, I have. I regurgitated this key a short while ago. Behold, the key to the Forbidden Chamber. Whoa. Is regurgitation one of your demonic powers, too? Bah! I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer, did Damien. Whereupon he swallowed it. He sought to bar the killer entry to the Forbidden Chamber. So, he wanted to keep it shut tight? But no fingerprints shall you find upon that key. How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers, then? Foolish mortal, you would have me, Temataro, asked as some asinine alchemist? I but asked the jailer, and my will was done. Quite eagerly, I must add. Caw-caw-caw. Always an honor to serve, your malevolence. I guess I'm not the only one who scares the living daylights out of. Can we ask about how do you use this key? We couldn't find a keyhole anywhere around the door. Curse that infernal door. But if I had known it was its manner of opening, long, long ago would I have made my return. He has a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how to... Oh, maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works. Oh my god, I am stumbling over my words so much. I mean, I know why I'm doing it. It's because I'm trying to drink and talk at the same time. And it's clearly not going well. So, just give me a minute, and then I'll get back into it. Alright, I'm good. So, we have the key. No fingerprints off of it. We're going to find the spot with the missing staff in the chamber, no doubt. Now we just got to ask how we got hit in the head. What, might I ask, is that? The statue was found at the scene of the crime. Someone hit Mr. Tenma over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the alderman's murder. Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Yes. Something wrapped in just such a cloth does he recall. A secret gift from Alderman Cuby, it would seem. He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it. Maybe the cloth fell off, or it was removed after the mayor was struck. Of that Damien does not know. A secret gift? Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. I should question him about the blackmail letter, too. See what he says when I show it to him. I completely forgot that existed. Alright. Why, this is that accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien. Apparently someone slipped it in the alderman's pocket. We believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayor Tenma's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Caw-caw-caw! You have questions, do you? Very well, ask away, mortal. Who placed this in the alderman's pocket? Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase. So, whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement in the alderman's pocket. Could it have been his doing? Mr. Taro, did you just remember something? Indeed, I did. There was but one other person who knew of that letter, Damien's aide, Florent Lebel. Full knowledge of that briefcase contents did that aide possess. Then he may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. That is preposterous. He's a most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien. Ah, I saw the eyes were looked different then, so I thought he went back to being Damien. I guess not. It seems like Mayor Tenma is a bit too trusting of those around him. Still, this is huge. Now we know who might have slipped that blackmail letter in the alderman's pocket. Look out, Florent LaBelle. Here comes justice. Let's go find Mr. LaBelle and rake him over the coals. And thanks for the help. You've just given us a major lead. Alright. There's something that still bothers me. If Mr. LaBelle is the killer, what could have motivated him to open the Forbidden Chamber? Oh, we should probably search it for clues. Only one problem. How do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? Well, let's go talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help. Alright, looks like we have 3 more stops on this investigation. Pretty short, which is nice. And Jinxie is probably at the Manor Garden. She could also be at Yokai Lane, I suppose, but we'll try the garden first. Nope, not here. Nope, she's here. Hey, isn't that... No, she seems tired. You dare imprison me? Jinxie, she's, acting really strange. That loathsome, no-good, nine-tailed fox. He shall know the terror that is mind and despair. You shall pay. Oh, you shall pay dearly, all of you. Jinxie, are you alright? Yeah! Oh, is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Morning, Jinxie. I noticed, oh, her seals are gone on her forehead. That's why she's acting weird. Morning? Is it already past noon? And what am I doing here? Last I remember, I lay down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no, it must have been the Makuragashi. Makuragashi? Ever wake after a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? Or that you've been sleeping on the floor in the hallway? Well, it's that yokai's fault. That Makuragashi preys on people while they're asleep. It sounds like you need to be tucked in really tight, or maybe a snug sleeping bag. Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? I don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me. I'd say we'd have a more than adequate demonstration of that just now. I'd better reapply them. Jinxie, there's something we wanted to ask you. There was something I wanted to tell you, too. I remembered something. You did? What was it? Oh, it's time to talk. Jinxie, can you tell us what you remembered? Well, after the trial, I remembered lots of stuff. But there's one thing I thought was really weird. I'm almost afraid to ask, but here it goes. Really? What? It's about the yokai feathers and tracks. They weren't there when I first opened the door. Wait, what? Are you sure? Uh-huh. My memory's crystal clear now. So, you're saying they left at the crime scene... Wait, so you're saying they were left at the crime scene after you found it? And this could spell major trouble, Apollo. Why? Because Jinxie is already accused of leaving the feathers and tracks at the scene. If they weren't there when she discovered this crime scene, it will totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Jinxie's fuzzy memory of the whole incident is really working against us. The prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Good luck rebuting that. Oh man, this is not good. I sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to know how to open the Forbidden Chamber, would you? That door doesn't even have a keyhole. Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism. They say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear. A secret mechanism, really? Uh-huh. It's hidden in the Fox Chamber. But only Alderman Cubey knew what it was and how it worked. The Alderman of the Nine-Tails Vale sure loved his secrets. Apollo, let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism. Whoa, slow down. There's something else I need to ask about. Jinxie, is there only one key to the Forbidden Chamber? Uh-huh. Even the Manor's Master Key won't open it. That's because it's a very special room. That must never be opened. Guess that means nobody entered the Forbidden Chamber after the murder. After all, we know Mayor Tenma took the key from the killer and swallowed it, so... So the mayor's efforts to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber were not in vain. Alright, one more thing here. We got to present that statue. Alderman Cubey made the statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for the Nine-Tails Vale in Tenma Town. A token of goodwill, but the two yokai are fighting. Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing. This statue originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in celebration. But it sure doesn't look that way now, does it? Maybe it broke when it was used to hit Mayor Tenma on the head. That would explain it. I guess the only two people who knew what it really looked like were the Alderman and I. Now, it's just me, but it's a symbol of goodwill will be forever... Now it's just me, but a symbol of goodwill will be forever etched into my mind. Alright, so I was wrong earlier about the fluff ball being in the vent. And at this point, I think the fluff ball is probably just a red herring. But if it does appear, it's going to be in the chamber. It's the only place it could be at this point. And also, the cup is probably also going to be in there, because I don't see where else it would be. And I think we're just going to have to accept that our yokai actually was able to fly. I was thinking maybe there was a zip line or something, but that does not seem to be the case at this point. I really hope that's not what it is, though. Not because I'm opposed to the supernatural elements in this game, but because it makes this trial feel like it has a lot of, I don't know, twists that it didn't really build up to. I'm still not sure how I feel about this trial. So, is there anything else we should know about Jinxie? No, that's about it. Oh, she's lying to me. My bracelet is reacting. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be... In justice we trust. A ghost. Detective Fulbright, what are you doing here? I have business with this young lady, if you must know. Prosecutor Blackquill has asked me to question her. Question me? Sorry, not interested. Are you here to ask about the whole yokai affair? Well, that's right. Specifically, we want to ask... but I can't tell you that now, can I? Ha ha ha! Oh, come on, please. We're partners in justice, right? No. Prosecutor Blackquill specifically told me my questions were of the utmost justice. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust. The Twisted Samurai sure has him on a short leash. So, you're not a ghost? Maybe some sort of urban troll, then? Now, come along, Miss Tenma, to the station with you. He took her away. Missed my chance to see what she was lying about. Well, at least we found out there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber. Let's go check it out. I just hope they let us in now. I wonder if we're actually going to be able to do the lying detection with Apollo in the trial. Because last time we got stopped by the bird. It stopped us when we were talking to Tanuki dude, right? Yes, Filch. Oh, Filch might be back on the stand during this, so this could be a long trial, because who do we have? We're going to probably have Fulbright up at the start again. we're obviously going to have Tenma, or Jinxie, rather. It's going to end with Blabelle. And I would not put it past the game to bring Filch or Damien back on the stand. Man, we might end up going through the whole cast, basically. I hope that's not the case. That'd be really long. Oh. Did he have blue hair last time? Can I see? No, he did not. Oh, what an absolutely fabulous sense. I'm so glad I had these carnations imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman. Hey, it's Mr. LaBelle. Apollo, let's ask about you-know-what. Oh, yeah. Before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Why, if it isn't the mayor's little lawyers. What do you want with me? Oh, not something we wanted to ask. Where's that ringing coming from? You'll have to excuse me. Hello, LaBelle here. What the? Those things on his shoulders are cell phones? Yes, about that. You must forgive me. This whole matter with the Mayor Tenma has become a complete nightmare. Where do you buy clothes like that? It's probably tailored. Surprised? This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty. Functional beauty? Are you sure about that? It looks a bit unwieldy to me. Ah! Oh, you simply don't have an eye for beauty. If having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy, I'd rather be blind. So, what do you want with me? Both Jinxie and Mr. Filch said they saw said they saw Tenma Taro. But what about you, Mr. LaBelle? If you were in the foyer, why didn't you say ah? Oh, very well, I admit it. That's right, I, Florent LaBelle, saw the demon Tenma Taro. So he did see something. Then why did you lie about not seeing him? I was simply trying to protect our dear little Jinxie. Protect Jinxie? What do you mean? Why, don't tell me you haven't heard of that strange little habit of hers. Which one are we talking about? The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing? Rumor has it she's possessed by Tenma Taro. That one's new to me. Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about a Tenma Taro sighting, little Jinxie should be your prime suspect. Tell us more about that rumor. So, what was that rumor about Jinxie? They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. It hits suddenly. Then she starts wandering around doing strange things. Is that so? Although, come to think of it... Oh, this is a flashback. Okay. That certainly would explain how she was acting earlier. Once she even put on a Tenma Taro costume and wandered around the woods at night. She did. Yes. Oh, that's what she sounds like. Oh, and we're assuming it's a transformation, not a costume. Got it. Huh. How odd. I wish I'd never asked. Does she remember anything while she's possessed? Unfortunately, no. She didn't seem to remember a thing during these episodes. Memory loss during possession. Come to think of it, her memory of the murder scene was quite fuzzy. I suppose that, too, was caused by her possession. Ah, then maybe... So you do understand. That whole yokai business was entirely of her own making. Now, wait a minute. Although, that yokai evidence wasn't there until after she discovered the crime scene. Did she leave those black feathers and strange tracks there herself? Apollo, let's ask Mayor Tenma about Jinxie's episodes next time we talk with him. Huh. You know, losing memory during possession does line up with this series' previous depictions of the supernatural. Specifically, it was used during the second game to prevent someone from being able to observe certain events. They're to be possessed so they wouldn't see it. Well, let's present the blackmail letter, and then we should be done with LaBelle for now. What is that? It's the blackmail letter, but it wasn't sent to Alderman Cuby. It was sent to Mayor Tenma. And? Your point being? Someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase and then placed it in the alderman's pocket after he was murdered. Oh, you don't say. You wouldn't happen to be the... You wouldn't happen to be the one who made the switch, would you? After all, you're the only one who knew that blackmail letter was in his briefcase. So naturally you... Perhaps that shot of cologne will make those scales fall from your eyes. Or my eyes fall from their sockets. Is it possible that you would that you would like to frame me as a potential suspect? What would make you raise such an outrageous allegation in the first place? Oh, well. But my only crime is being born as beautiful as you see here. In other words, you have nothing. Now, let me show you what to do with this garbage. You can't destroy evidence like that. What do you mean I can't? I just did. Feel a little lighter now? You just want a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, buddy. Are we done with your silly questions now? I'm a very busy man, you know. I guess that's it for now. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Really? You wish to carry my new product at your store? Oh, but I'm afraid it's my own private brand. It's not available to the public. What? Then I shouldn't advertise it on TV? But I don't understand. As the embodiment of beauty, it is my duty to announce my good looks to the world. Stop the bus. I'm getting off. Everyone wants my exclusive Jesue LaBelle brand products. It's the crown jewel of my collection, born of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. But now that it's become so popular, it's been an absolute nightmare. You don't say. Well, they can't have it. It's just for me. It's not meant for you peasants. Peasants? This is my latest product. I'm calling it Color Me LaBelle. So, this is his hairspray, obviously, but, he's clearly setting this up to have it found in a compromising area, and then we can say that only he has access to it. Alright. A dazzling hair color that you can wash out with just water. Yes, that means you can't sweat. I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads. Yet it's not available to the public? Great sales strategy there, genius. Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle, your hair color's changed since the last time we met. Yes, the little lady has quite the discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it a gift for one who truly appreciates beauty. Apollo, what should I do? Better take it before you get a face full of cologne. Good point. Wow, thanks, Mr. LaBelle. Huh. Where would that be relevant? Unless we find some in the Forbidden Chamber. The only other time we mention hair color is with the mask. But it doesn't really make sense for that to be faked. Because we know that the alderman is the amazing Ninetales. We've still got to find the secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. Yes. Now, where do I think it's going to be? Okay, let's find that secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. Oh, this is exciting. I can't wait to see how it works. But do you really think the killer entered the Forbidden Chamber? Well, we'll just have to open it to find out. And we should also see if there was anywhere the killer could have hid in this room. Okay, let's get started. Apparat, Apollo, apparat. Okay, let's get looking. So I think the first thing I want to look at are those holes in the wall. Am I able to? No. Alright. I suppose we just check the lock first. Still no keyhole, huh? Nope. Yeah, and the door won't budge, just like those spiky bangs of yours. Well, all it takes is some water, but I don't think that would work on the door. Oh, I know. I'll break it down with a body slam. I seriously doubt you could do that. How do you know if I haven't even tried? No, wait, don't. Ah! As much as you hate losing, Athena, I think the door would win this match. Alright. Let's check this little partition. Two foxes standing back to back are depicted on this elegant folding screen. Oh, well, that's how we do it. We turn the statues. Could this have something to do with the keyhole? Wait a minute. Two foxes. There are two foxes in front of this Forbidden Chamber as well. Yep. Maybe the keyholes will appear if we do something to this folding screen. But I don't see anything unusual about it. Well, it does have two foxes on it. And there are two fox statues in front of the door. Then maybe there's a clue somewhere in this room. Let's turn the whole place upside down. She's as excited as a kid in a candy store. Oh, hold on. Oh man, I'm back. Sorry about that. My throat really hurt for a second. I needed a drink of water. And there's a carving of the nine-tailed fox over the door, and the statues of him on either side. The way those statues are glaring, it's like they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it, there are two foxes on the folding screen as well. It can't be a coincidence, can it? Hey, this statue moves! Don't get carried away now. I mean, who knows, it might trigger a trap. Haha, I can handle it. If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid. I guess if you can catch something that fast out of midair, you can accomplish anything. Still, there might be something to the fact that these fox statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that shows the position they should be in. Oh, okay, I had to actually find something else then. Well, there's a... What would show the position they're supposed to be in? I mean, am I not allowed to just rotate them until it works? Suppose not. Why is the door an option to inspect? Well, let's try that. Is something behind the door? Better take a look behind this door, too. Oh, look, the doorknob banged into the wall. Made a big dent, too. That wouldn't have happened if the killer was hiding there. Alright, I guess that rules out the old hide behind the door trick. Alright. I just remember this mystery novel I once read. The murder occurred in a locked room, and the perpetrator made sure to hide behind the room's door when it was opened. Then, when no one was looking, he made his escape. A clever trick, but it would have been impossible in this case. See this broken tanuki statue here? The door must have banged into it when it was opened. Oh, I get it. The killer couldn't have been there because of the statue. Right. Indication of where the foxes need to be rotated to. Still haven't found one. And inspecting the blood probably isn't going to help me at all. Why can't I look at this screen from this side? Nothing much to see on this side. Maybe I should go check the other side. Oh, I guess it's just in case you haven't checked that yet. Or in case you haven't learned to rotate yet. Can I look up? No. Oh, well, actually I can, yes. What could it be? What could it be? This 3D room has posed quite a few issues for me, it would seem. Yeah, oh, wait, the folding screen. It's showing it. Okay, well, I can see that I need to rotate them to be facing towards the door, because look, the door's here on the edge of the folding screen. So do I just click on the door again or the foxes again in order to rotate them? Or do I actually need to find some evidence for it? Oh, no, I think it's gonna, yeah, it's gonna, nope, it's just gonna make me find some sort of proof. Well, I thought that was it. I guess not. Can I not inspect it in 3D? No, I don't even have it in my inventory. Oh, the blood is hairspray. That's why I need to inspect it. Got it. Look at all these feathers. And bloody tracks, too. Then we have Jinxie and Mr. Filch's eyewitness reports. And a newspaper photo. Our yokai's definitely not the shy type, that's for sure. Oh, that's Athena. Okay. This is bad. Maritima is scary enough without people thinking he's a yokai. I guess it... Actually, wait. You know, I know I just said it's blood. I'm going to give Detective Fulbright at least, you know, the benefit of the doubt, say that he tested that to make sure it is blood. That just sort of popped into my mind. But I realized it's a bit foolish. No, I don't know why I can't rotate the, what's it? The foxes. Does it want me to investigate everything in this room first? Or does it want me to go talk to Damien first? We can go try and talk to Damien first. Yeah, let's see if that works. No, he's not here. Alright. If that is the case, then we need to actually figure out how I get the game to let me rotate the statues. The vents, the window, and the spear are the only things in this room left that I'm able to inspect. And I'm pretty sure, based on the folding screen, that I need to make the fox's face towards the door. But for some reason that isn't showing up. What if I try inspecting the other one? Does that change anything? No, that just counts as part of the door. Well, I suppose I should just inspect everything in the room, then. Maybe the killer hid under this table. That would be a terrible hiding place. The alderman's body would have been right above him. Maybe you're right. Guess the underside is a bit... Wait, there's something under the table. Let's check it out. Oh, there's the... How did we not see that before? Really? Hey, look, there's something down here. It looks like a piece of... It looks like a piece of something. The only question is, a piece of what? Oh, I know. It might be a piece of the statue. Remember what Jinxie said? The statue originally depicted two yokai holding up a cup. It was a symbol of goodwill. So this piece broke off and rolled under the table? Alright, well we found the cup at least. I suppose they did want me to inspect everything in the room. Well, I can't think of anywhere else to look. You find anything, Apollo? I'll never find the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber at this rate. There's something about that folding screen. You know how those fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber move? That screen might be a clue as to how we're supposed to position them or something. Hey, I bet you're right. Let's go over that screen with a fine-toothed comb. Yep. Examine time. Wrong way. On closer inspection, I think there's more to the screen than meets the eye. I'll check every last inch of it. I can rotate the folding screen with the right stick. If I spot anything of interest, I can press A on it to inspect it further. Right. I don't need to read tutorial. Before I... Oh, yeah. Apollo, why did you say there's nothing of note on the back? Come on. Look at this. What's this? It looks like a keyhole or something. You think this could be the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber? No, it's just a picture. Still, you know what they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. And it's a picture of the key. That shape looks awfully familiar. Oh, I know. It's shaped like the Forbidden Chamber's key. Wait, what about that keyhole drawn on the center of the screen? You think the two are related? A key and a keyhole? Oh, I just got an idea. If we fold the screens up just right, the key and keyhole should overlap. Hey, I think you're right. Let's give it a try. Yes. And as I thought, you just had to point them inwards. Look, a door. Yeah, and it's open too. The two boxes are facing each other, so... Hey, what if we made those fox statues face each other? Apollo, let's go check out the two statues. Okay, help me move the statues so they face each other. Just like on screen. Look! A lock appeared. Now we can use that key. Okay, here goes nothing. I have a feeling we're not going to be able to talk to Damien again. Unless they, like, drag us over there. It worked. Time to see why this chamber's so forbidden. What secrets could it hold, I wonder? These doors need some serious oil. Ah! That was like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, right. Forgot about those super good ears of yours. Yep, there it is. The spray. I mean, this is pretty definitive proof, yeah? Look, more feathers. Ooh, very impressive statue. Yeah! Oh, there's our missing spear. What the heck is that? Is that Tenmataro's statue? But there's something odd about it. All I know is I don't like it, but I can't explain why. You okay, Athena? You look kind of pale. You're not scared, are you? What, of this thing? Don't make me laugh. Really? Hey, look. What? What is it? Over there on the left, there's a bunch of staves on that rack. They kind of look like the staff we saw earlier. You mean the one Jinxie said she saw Tenmataro carrying? Yeah, I'll bet our Temataro impersonator really did come here at some point. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's search this place. Alright, before we actually examine this, because it's going to lock us into a dialogue every time, let's go over what we have. We have the feathers that can be used to fake the feathers outside. We have the hair gel that can be used to fake the blood. The missing staff. The tombstone doesn't seem to be too terribly important. There's a vent up top. There's a scroll. And there's a hidden compartment in the statue. Yes. Okay, let's start with the hair gel thing. Oh, it's hand cream. Oh, I guess it's not... why hand cream? Okay, well, I guess we're going to assume that the blood is real. Oh, right. The blood wasn't faked. I keep going back to the blood. The feathers and footprints were faked. The blood is real. We already know this. So yes, this is just here to prove that LaBelle came in here. Or one of LaBelle's associates. Whatever it is, the packaging is really gaudy. And the fact that there's no dust on it means it hasn't been here very long. Oh, it's hand cream. Let's see what brand it is. Je suis LaBelle? LaBelle? What the? But then, wouldn't that mean Mr. LaBelle was here? I guess so, but why? Well, whoever dressed up like Tenmataro must have taken a staff from here in must have taken a staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber. And that same person probably dropped his hand cream at the same time. In other words, the Tenmataro impersonator we're looking for is none other than Florent LaBelle. This might be a big break for us in court tomorrow. Now all we have to do is get the truth out of Mayor Temma. Yep. Feathers next. Black feathers. They look exactly like the ones in the Fox Chamber. And that means the killer must have been in here at some point. The question is, why? Maybe the Tenmataro costume was hidden in here. I mean, if someone carried it through the manor, it would have been stuck out like a sore thumb. But why did the killer get in here? The mayor snatched the Forbidden's chamber key when the killer hit him on the head. That means the killer could have only gotten in here before the murder. Wow, this is one tough riddle, alright. It looks like an old scroll. There's something drawn on it. Unless I'm mistaken, it looks like an old guy. Some sort of monk, maybe? A monk? What are you talking about? You know, people that take walks in the mountains as a form of spiritual training. Wouldn't that just be a hiker? The guy in this picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, Athena. Oh, look, there's some yellow thing strapped to his back. What, is it a big lump of gold? Whoa, it's turning into Tenmataro. What's this scroll getting at? Is this how Tenmataro was born? Well, whatever it is, it's definitely creepy. Wow, that's one big statue. Must be something like 15 feet tall. And look, this Tenmataro has a staff. But the Tenmataro in the scroll didn't have one. I wonder why. I feel like this could be significant, but why? Let's take a closer look. First, look around the table here. Apollo, are you sure that's a good idea? Hey, it looks like there's some sort of compartment in the base of the statue. Don't open it. Who knows what might be in there? It's just a big empty compartment. From all the dust and cobwebs, I'd say it hasn't been opened in a really long time. That's enough, Apollo. Let's shut it and... Wait, there is something in here. It looks like some sort of figure, but it's so dusty I can't tell what it's supposed to be. I wonder what it's doing here. Huh. I was not expecting that. Yeah, the seal. Let's check the vent next. Oh, look, there's an air vent here too. I guess even forbidden chambers need proper ventilation. But I don't think anyone could reach this one either. Yeah, there's nothing to stand on around here. I wonder where this vent leads. Well, the Fox Chamber vent didn't branch this way, so maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with this case after all. Was I doing right voices that whole time? I was not. Alright. I think the only thing left to check is the staff in this grave. Let's do the staff first. Hey, there's a bunch of staves here. And it looks like one's missing. The Tenmataro Jinxie must have taken it. I'd have to agree. These look like the ones used in... These look like the one Detective Fulbright showed us. Why do you think there are so many here? Maybe they're spares. Tenmataro might be, you know, absent-minded or something. But the fact that he has spare staves handy, well, it shows that he's aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. Or at least that's my take on it. Maybe this will remind her to deal with her own faults, but I won't hold my breath. I guess that about wraps it up. What now? We should probably talk to some of the witnesses again. You mean like Mr. Filch and Jinxie? Yeah, I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstition in Tenmataro. Oh, okay, I did not expect that. Filch is probably at the foyer. That's the curse of Tenmataro. Yeah. Oh, he stole the necklace. You outsiders are ignoring them superstitions at our peril. Mind your own business, will ya? Ah. And he got the bracelet. Ouch, what's all this about a curse? Tenmataro's gonna curse us all unless you stop sticking your nose where it don't belong. Stop the investigation. Listen to what them superstitions say. Right. How about obeying the law before you go obeying the superstitions? Huh? Hey, what are you doing with Widget around your neck? He's mine. You know better than to go around stealing people's stuff like that. Same goes for my bracelet. Sorry, I promise I won't do it again. He almost kidnapped my sweet little Widget. That big jerk. I'm sorry. I guess you can't teach an old raccoon dog new tricks. Why do they call him a raccoon dog there? Just call him a tanuki. As long as we have him here, I guess we should ask him about what happened. I can't believe you did that. It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal Widgets? Grr. Yipes. Mercy. I can't seem to control myself. It's that thieving blood running in my veins. Thieving blood? What's that supposed to mean? I'm glad you asked. The infamous bandit Azuki Kozo was my grandpappy. Take a gander at this. What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another one of those yokai to me. It's none other than the Azuki Kozo. Robbed from the rich to give to the poor, he did. And he'd leave one of these figures at the scene of the crime. What's more, I'm his grandson, 'cause he was my grandpappy. Wow, you don't say. Thieves' honor, it's the honest truth. So, the Forbidden Chamber, the big gold piece, it clearly got stolen. And the reason why, Jinxie gets possessed is because Tenmataro is, like, leaking out of it, probably. Ah, the slosh and sound of Azuki beans scraping together in the dead of nights. It's the natural sound of the dirty money getting washed clean for giving out to the poor. I'm Azuki Kozo, water of money, giver outer of wealth reborn. Forget the money. You should be washing yourself of this nasty habit. Oh, wait a second. This figure looks familiar. Yes, it looks just like that old dusty figure we found in the Forbidden Chamber. Hey! What are you doing with that figure? Oh, this? We found it in the Forbidden Chamber. Looks like it'd been there for practically forever. Couldn't mean my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back. Hey, that reminds me. He once told me there's treasure in that their chamber. Treasure? What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber? Only that it's the greatest get rich quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's amazing treasure in there. And there's something amazing in there? Didn't see anything like that, though. Your grandfather didn't by any chance already steal it, did he? Seeing how there was one of his figures in there, that just might be. That's a grandpappy for you. Bet he washed that treasure up real good before handing it out to the poor. Oh, of course, because he was so righteous. In court, you mentioned seeing Tenmataro near the scene of the crime. Sorry I didn't come clean right away, but them superstitions got the better of me. The people in Ninetails Vale sure seem like a superstitious bunch. I'm not surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Tenmataro. Darn right, them superstitions scare me out of my wits, I tell ya. That's why gonna do exactly what they say from now on. So, you plan on staying here in Ninetails Vale? Yep, I'm gonna keep living right here and keep with the good old ways, just like my grandpappy did. Them superstitions are just like a rulebook to me. Wait, so you're saying you actually believe in those old wives' tales? Ain't you been listening to a word I said? You're gonna do exactly what the superstitions say? Well, I say that's baloney. Let me read this real quick. Oh yeah, he didn't leave the village. It's clearly written right here. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it. Your immediate departure from the village. Ah. So, according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking with us. You said you plan on staying right here in Ninetails Vale. But if you really believed in superstitions, you would have been long gone by now. Ah. I know you've been lying to me. Time to come clean, Mr. Filch. Yipes. You were lying about believing in superstitions, weren't you? Sorry, but I didn't have no choice. So what was the real reason you couldn't talk about seeing Tenmataro? It's all that pretty boy's fault, Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. He told me not to say a word about seeing Tenmataro. Said if I did, he'd do to me what them superstitions said would happen. So it was Mr. LaBelle who muzzled you? Why would Mr. LaBelle want to scare you into silence? Mr. LaBelle was trying to protect that little maid gal. It was on account of that old rumor, the one about her being possessed. That rumor again. I guess we really do have to talk to Mayor Tenma about the possession rumor. Ouch, hey, watch it! Oh, he took the superstitions back. I'll be taking this back now. Kinda like family to me. You could have just asked instead of stealing it. Was that all you wanted? Was that all we wanted to ask Mr. Filch? Yeah, I think that was. Let's go see Mr. Tenmataro one more time. Just thinking about dealing with that yokai again makes me want to say pass. Alright. Yeah, one more place to be, I think. Unless... Let's go here real quick, see if Jinxie's still around. Nope, she's not. Lord Tenma, your attorneys are here to see you, Your Malevolence. Oh, he has a sealing seal back. Or, not a sealing seal, but you know what I meant. Why are you speaking like that? Oh, Mayor Tenma, you've returned. Yes, well, Jinxie came by earlier to apply a new charm to my head. It seems to be suppressing the demon within me. That's a relief. Maybe we'll actually get somewhere this time. So, what can I do for you today? We'd like to ask about the rumor that Jinxie is possessed. She allegedly left the yokai evidence at the scene while under the demon's power. At least that's what the prosecution is going to claim at tomorrow's trial. Huh? Ka ka ka! No match is this warding charm for me. Ah, the charm. Tenmataro's back. Those foolish mortals, they shall regret blaming that child for my doings. I blew it. That question brought that yokai back. And he probably won't drop the act until Jinxie's name is cleared either. We'd like to ask you about something about your aide, Florent Labelle mentioned. Did you know Jinxie is rumored to be possessed? I know not of what you speak. You're not trying to protect Jinxie, are you? I, Tenmataro, Demon Lord of the Yokai, protect a mere mortal? Ka ka ka! No affections do I possess for your race of humans. Please, we already proved there was a third party disguised as a yokai at the scene. But if you deny that tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mayor Tenma's name. But I have already told you, I know not of what you speak. I don't think we'll get anything out of... I don't think it will get anything more out of him. It's all over unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant that yokai evidence. Hey, Apollo, I think I've got this one. I think I can prove she didn't do it. Really? Sure. I should be able to use psychology to explain the whole possession thing. Knock yourself out, then. Wow, Athena's really something. I can really count on her when it counts. Mayor Tenma, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism. Somnambulism? You mean sleepwalking? Yes, I believe she is exhibiting a rare form of the disorder. It's usually brought out by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, didn't her symptoms start sometime soon after she began her job in the Ninetales Vale? When the child visited last, she did speak of dreading yokai and how they rob her of sleep each night. I knew it. That lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state. And that means she can't be trying to protect you. At least not on a conscious level. So then, the Tenmataro that was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie? Sleepwalking, eh? That would indeed explain the matter. Look, Tenmataro's spirit. It's left the mayor's body. Can you tell us the truth now, Mayor Tenma? Very well. It's the least I could do for you, for a superb exorcist such as you. Mayor Tenma, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks at the scene, did you? I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That was the killer's doing, no doubt. I knew it! You suspect Florent is behind all of this? But why? Did he really want Ninetales Vale that badly? Can you think of any reason why? Looking back, he did seem fixated on Tenmataro for a spell. Could it be? Perhaps he was attempting to release Tenmataro. That's crazy. Are you saying that yokai is real? Whatever the case, Tenmataro brings nothing but pain and misfortune. It's as the superstitions warn. You must not gaze upon him, nor free him from his prison. But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tenmataro thing now. Yeah, I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. Labelle. Your dinner is ready, Your Malevolence. An offering to the Demon King. You may place it right there. The kitchen crew poured their heart and soul into making it. Did they now? Souls happen to be a favorite of mine. Just hold the hearts next time. Ka ka ka! Yes, Your Malevolence. I'll remember that. How long is he planning to keep up this yokai charade? Well, we already talked to Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma, so why don't we go see Florent Labelle next, now that we know the truth? He won't be able to claim that Tenmataro was Jinxie or the mayor anymore. But the real question is, how are you going to get him to admit it was him? You know, I'm surprised we aren't saving this for the trial when we're, you know, protected and witnessed. Okay, now let's practice that again, Filchi, from the top. Mr. LaBelle was in the foyer at the time of the crime, and we, heard a scream. Heck, what was the next part again? You have the memory capacity of a flea. This is the 30th time, you know. Now, 100 times more and we're done. What on earth are they practicing? Aw, I ain't cut out for this. Ooh, whoopsie daisy. Begging your pardon, Mr. LaBelle, sir. It's just all this practice. Yay! Unbelievable. What have you had sullied my outfit with those grubby paws of yours? Did Filch LaBelle's just wallet just now? So, what do you think they're up to this time, Apollo? Oh, it's you two. Eavesdropping, are we? Pfft, you peasants are so tacky. Well, what do you want with me? Your confession to being Tenmataro imposter would be nice right about now. Mr. Filch filled me in on a conversation you two had, and about how you told him not to say a word about saying Tenmataro. Filchy, you fool! Yeah. I told you nothing good would come of you running your mouth. So, why did you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet like that, Mr. LaBelle? Why, to protect darling little Jinxie, of course. But Jinxie was never really possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep at the time, she couldn't have been consciously trying to protect the mayor. That also means she couldn't have possibly been Tenmataro. Interesting, but where are you going with this? Since you asked so politely, I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason would be to deflect doubt away from the one who was really Tenmataro. Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Tenmataro? So sorry to disappoint, but I'm nothing of the sort. That's right, Mr. LaBelle even told me Tenmataro was... I said Tenmataro was Jinxie, you fool. Honestly, you have the memory capacity of a flea. Practice it 100 more times. Yipes. So, have you been called to testify tomorrow? Yes, and I am so looking forward to my courtroom debut. But you'll just have to wait until then. Oh, I'll be waiting with a special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you. Filchy, wake up, you lazy bones. Huh? What? Was I sleeping? Ugh. Ugh. Oh, fake yawn made me yawn for real. Must have been that sweet cologne of yours, Mr. LaBelle. Made me right sleepy, it did. Well, it's time for your lesson on what to do and say tomorrow. Oh, I'm begging you, not another lesson. I ain't cut out for this thinking and remembering stuff. Yeah. Right up the schnozzle. Keep quiet and do exactly as I say. No, please. Anything but another lesson. There they go. Miss our chance to get the truth out of him. Yeah, but we'll get that proof we need in court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left now is the lie Jinxie told. We'd better go clear that up before tomorrow. You think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. Let's see if she's over at Yokai Lane shopping for more charms. Man, this just keeps going, huh? Of course, it's great. It means I'm getting my money's worth out of it. But I'm really surprised how long this is lasting. I thought it's going to be much shorter. The cursed nine-tailed fox. The time for settling the score is nigh. My grudge has festered over time. At last vengeance will be mine. She must be possessed. Sleepwalking again. Maybe if I speak softly, I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Jinxie? Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. My charms must have fallen off again. Whew. Guess I can avoid a charm slap by toning down my cords of steel. Are they done questioning you, Jinxie? Uh-huh. And on the way back, I stopped here to buy a new charm that was just released. Yeah, which one? Oh, the one with the nine-tailed fox and Tenemataro. It shows them dancing together. Really? Two bitter rivals dancing together? Uh-huh. It's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges. Oh, right, for the municipal murder issue. No, it's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. Oh, the prosecutor's... Oh, right, she thinks he's tired because of his makeup. It'll stop you two from fighting like you did in court this morning. We weren't fighting. It was just spirited debate. It's what lawyers... No fighting. Charm slapped again. Apollo, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she was lying about. Jinxie, it seems like you're starting to remember things. You already said the feathers and tracks weren't there when you discovered the crime. Have you remembered anything else that seems important? Like what? Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you'll remember something else this time. When I opened the door, Papa and Alderman QB were collapsed in the fox chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. And that's all he said before he passed out in the chair. I knew it. She's holding something back. Alright. It's time to perceive. Is it her finger waggling? It is. Alright. I'm just gonna have to wait until it loops all the way around. That was a pretty easy one, I must say. You were very nervous when you said that's all he said, weren't you? I know, because I saw your fingers move as if you were going to slap someone with a charm. Uh-huh. Listen to me, Jinxie. This is very important. Did Mayor Tenma say anything else to you? It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep. Talking in his sleep? So you admit that he did say something else? How could you tell? Only a demon could have such powers. Alright, what do you remember? Like I said, he was just talking in his sleep. I mean, why else would Papa say something like that? Could you be a little more specific? Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed Alderman QB." He said what? The mayor actually confessed to the crime? But he didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known what he was saying. He was probably possessed, or maybe he was in the middle of a nightmare. A nightmare? No, this is a nightmare. This is the one statement I wish I'd never heard. What in the world are we going to do now? Return to the basics. That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Right. Just believe in my client, even if all I can see ahead is darkness and despair. Jinxie, does Prosecutor Blackquill know about your father's confession? I didn't mention it when he was questioning me. I mean, there's no way Papa's the killer. Why would the mayor confess like that? Could he really have been dreaming or simply delirious? Who knows, but I sure feel like I'm living in a nightmare right now. Apollo, what are we going to do about tomorrow's trial? The crime scene was locked tight until Jinxie arrived. Our clients even confessed. Not only that, Jinxie has been accused of planting the yokai evidence. Both the mayor and Jinxie are going to go to prison if we don't do something. I know, I know. Well, let's see here. Our lack of a third party in the locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that when she first opened the door, Alderman Cuby and Mayor Tenma were the only people she saw in the Fox Chamber. But the real killer must have been hiding in there as well. Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation. Our mystery person must have then fled the Fox Chamber when it was opened. And that's when Jinxie saw what she thought was Tenma Taro. But Pop and the Alderman were the only people there. I didn't see anyone else. What's going on here? LaBelle's extremely pale, but he's far from transparent. So just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime? Well, whatever it takes in this courtroom tomorrow, Apollo, we have to take down that dirty, rotten Tenma Taro Florent LaBelle. Right, I'll get him with the legal exorcism, justice style. Oh, and there we go. We've made it to the end of the investigation. Oh, one stretch of this case is left, and which is why we're going to take one more brief break because I need to go to the loo. So I will return. All right, I am returned. Give me one moment to move my chair, and we'll get right back into it. Ah, all right. That good? Checking my audio one more time. Oh, I'm a bit quieter than I was just a second ago. Why is that? Nope, it's back now. Oh, that was a bit odd. All right. It's taken 2.5 hours to get to this point. Let's see if we can wrap it up by the 3.5 hour mark, yeah? I feel like that might be a bit of an underestimation of how much time we have left in this, but I don't think we are going to have all that much to discuss. Well, maybe we will. Let's go and... All right. Court is back in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. Athena Sykes, Assistant Defender, is ready too, Your Honor. Just sweep. Oh, I did not read what that said. There's something in French. As chipper as ever, I see, and in French no less. And the prosecution? Very well, then. By the way, I asked Detective Fulbright to provide sturdier shackles today. There'll be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackquill. Now, your opening statement, if you would. I believe it's standard procedure for the prosecution to handle it. It looks like the judge is really bringing it today. He probably realized how Blackquill played him. That was one mean game of Simon Says. Yeah, his honor has to fight to defend his honor today. Your baldness? It's plain to see that you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement. I have? I don't know if I'd say that. Why, of course you have. I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement. That was the look of one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For decades now, you have been watching opening statements from your bench. They were the crown jewels of the court, the one thing you could not possess. The crown jewels of the court? Now, at long last, they are within your grasp. How could you possibly refuse? Oh, so you don't mind if I do it then? I'll make a special exception, just this once. Here we go again. Yep, more of Blackquill's mind games. Have I been calling him Black Bell this whole time? I hope not. Well, in that case, I think I might go ahead and make the opening statement myself. In yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that the victim, Alderman Rex Cuby, was the Amazing Ninetails. We also learned that the Amazing Ninetails was a key figure in the yokai craze in the anti-merger protests. It was further revealed that upon learning Rex Cuby's secret identity, Mayor Damien Tenma murdered him. The fact that the crime took place in a tightly locked room was also brought to light, and the only people in the tightly locked room were the defendant and the victim. The defense proposed the existence of a hypothetical third party, but further investigation revealed no proof of a third party who had escaped the room. Ergo, we must conclude that the evidence against the defendant is, well, conclusive. Yeah, did I say something wrong? That was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time. Oh, one more thing to boast about to my grandchild. Well, this was not an unexpected turn of events. Now then, it seems the prosecution has called a new witness to testify. The inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime. Well, does that not demand some sort of explanation? The feathers and tracks? Weren't those left by the mayor while he was possessed? That was but an act to protect his daughter. Yes, of course. I had suspected as such. Wait, did he actually believe the mayor's award-winning performance? His daughter was the one who planted the yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai in the manor was the manor's maid, Jinxie Tenma. And the prosecution is engaging in mere conjecture. Would you care for some witness testimony then? For I am ready to prove that little scamp is the one behind the Tenma Taro farce. Witness testimony? I'll bet he means Filch and that creep Rebel. Very well then. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Mr. Filch, you've made quite the hasty exit yesterday. See that it does not happen again today. Been known for my hasty retreats since I was a kid. Bit of a trademark of mine. Indeed. You managed to give a total of 5 bailiffs the slip. Like those amateurs could ever nab me. Yipes. Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in your place. Did something just happen to the stream? I saw something happen just there. No, we're good? We're good? Alright, that was a bit odd. Keep going. Yipes, no, please. I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running. Your statement. Now. Yes, sir, Mr. Blackhead, sir. He may be a hasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackquill. Yeah, Blackquill doesn't strike me as the give-up-easy type. Now then, Mr. Filch, your testimony, please. Specifically, the true nature of the yokai you saw in the manor shortly after the crime. Tenmataro is really the little maid gal. Ain't no doubt about it. I mean, the Tenmataro I saw was just a little thing about her size. But that little runt had a big old staff. I seen it when she came into the foyer. Betcha she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling onto the crime scene. She was gonna use it to wallop me on account of my fierce reputation. I just know it. So Tenmataro was short in stature, and that's because it was Miss Jinxie Tenma all along? You betcha. Besides, all that rest in the manor were way taller than her. Feigning heights is but an easy thing. But a big ox like the defendant could never pass for short. What if the Tenmataro impersonator was walking on their knees? Weren't no knees walking. I seen it myself. Then perhaps the yokai really was Miss Tenma after all. All monsters are not but tricks, either of the mind or the cheap parlor variety. Can we just get to, the cross-examination? Because this was a pretty obvious one. He said some things he should not have. So, you're saying that she created an illusion, like one of those magical eye things? Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Each night he cries and screams about some ghost he thinks he can see. But in truth, it was simply the janitor. Oh, Prosecutor Blackquill just gave up the ghost, literally. The janitor's deathly complexion and all white attire are no doubt partially to blame. That and the fact that he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this or that. That actually sounds like a real ghost to me. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Alright. So the issue here that we have is that he mentioned the Forbidden Chamber. Which, obviously it did come from the Forbidden Chamber, but he should not know that it's accessible. So we should probably just present the key, but I'm going to press it just in case. I suppose you mean to say that Jinxie Tenma entered the Forbidden Chamber to get one. Oh, well, I ain't never seen a staff like that in the manor. So it had to be the Forbidden Chamber. Oh, really? The stench of Labelle is thick in the air today. Jinxie entered the Forbidden Chamber after the incident. Then she took the staff and tried to cover up her actions by pretending to be Tenmataro. I guess that's what Filch is trying to say, but it doesn't really make sense. Could Jinxie have even entered the Forbidden Chamber if she wanted to? There is one thing I've been wondering about. Why did that yokai have a staff in the first place? Well, I got my hunches about that. Well, we don't want to hear about that. I was gonna go ahead and, the key. Yes. Objection! It would seem that Tenmataro was in fact not this innocent little girl. Uh-huh. How do you figure that? You claim that Tenmataro you saw had one of those staves from the Forbidden Chamber. But it would have been impossible for Miss Tenma to get a hold of one. Care to elaborate, Mr. Justice? The mayor swallowed this key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber. What's this? And this key was deep in the mayor's stomach when Miss Tenma discovered the crime scene. So you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the Forbidden Chamber. In short, the Tenmataro we've seen holding that staff could not have been Jinxie Tenma. Ah. Ah! What? Oh, we don't actually get dialogue from the audience. But then who does the defense believe was impersonating Tenmataro? Our Tenmataro impersonator is none other than Mayor Tenma's aide. Such accusations beg evidence. Aside from his ghastly appearance, can you prove he is the yokai we seek? Yes, in fact, I can. Very well. Let's see where the defense is going with this. Mr. Justice, please show us proof as to the true identity of the Tenmataro impersonator. That would be the hand cream, right? We found this hand cream in the Forbidden Chamber, and we know that whoever was Tenmataro took one of the staves out of there. In short, I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yokai impersonator we're looking for. But, Mr. Justice, how do you propose to identify the hand cream's owner? I'm glad you asked, Your Honor. The defense requests a fingerprint analysis upon this piece of evidence. It might tell us who it belongs to. Interesting. So you expect to find the yokai's prints there? Very well, I hereby call a short recess while we wait for the fingerprint results. Really? That's it? That's what you're going for, Apollo? I mean, I guess you would want to do that anyway, but you should have pointed out the specific brand. Alright. No need for that, your boldness. We have the prints of everyone at that manor that day. You called Prosecutor Blackquill? Could anyone be more whipped? Fulbright, analyze this for prints. You have 3 minutes. Your wish is my command. Very well, then I guess we'll just wait right here. It would seem the fingerprint analysis is complete. Who that did was not in voice there. What do the results show? What in the world? They're Florent Labelle's prints, aren't they? This is absurd. Prosecutor Blackquill? I'm not gonna like this, am I? Don't tell me. They're Tenmataro's prints? Fingerprint analysis has revealed that the prints belong to... Oh, is it gonna be me? Because I've been touching it? Oh no. Phineas Filch. Wait, what? What? Then Mr. Labelle wasn't the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber? Why, you tricksy little tanuki. Explain yourself now. Sure, them prints are mine. I mean, I did pilfer that hand cream from Mr. Labelle after all. So you're the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber? So what if I did? Got a problem with it? Yipes. You fool of a tanuki. Well, it seems that this is not going to be quite as open and shut as I thought it would be. Order! Order! Mr. Justice, care to explain what this could mean? Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber... Wait a second. Does this mean the Tenmataro holding that staff was Phineas Filch? Yipes! Another cat out of the bag. Mr. Filch is Tenmataro? Well, I did not see this coming. I don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer? The witness will explain himself this instant. Begging your pardon, your honorship, but I was just doing what the alderman told me. He wanted to be the Tenmataro in the village exorcism. He wanted me to be Tenmataro in the village exorcism ritual. Oh, you mean that event at the Nine Tails Vale Festival? So that was you inside the Tenmataro costume? Yep, and after the event, I went to watch the pro wrestling program. But it bored me to tears on account of the wrestlers being complete jobbers. So he didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match. That's when I looked at the Tenmataro costume and got a great idea. Nobody can tell it's me while I'm wearing it. And because of them superstitions, no matter what I do, the villagers won't say a word. In other words, you use the superstitions to effectively render yourself invisible. Why did you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place? Because of that treasure in there. I thought that was my big chance to sneak in and grab it. Treasure? I'm not going to read the flashback. We did this like 20 minutes ago. He went in there not knowing his grandfather had already pilfered it? I guess that's one tale that didn't get passed down from grandpappy to grandson. Wait, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? There was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day. Plus, the mayor swallowed the only key that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. You couldn't have possibly have gotten in. I could through the air duct in the foyer. The vents left of the alderman's picture. I went on in, and made a nice little hole. Used that to get into the air duct that leads to the Forbidden Chamber that I did. You what? But how's that even possible? Wait a second. Remember that air vent in the Forbidden Chamber? So Mr. Filch found a way to get into that air duct? And that's how he got from the foyer vent to the Forbidden Chamber vent? So Tenmataro was nothing more than a cat burglar. Or rather, a tanuki burglar. And we're back to the beginning, being without anyone to charge for the alderman's murder. Looks like our so-called yokai is nothing more than one big troublemaker. Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing to the foyer? I got out of that costume right quick. Would have just caused trouble at that point. And where is that costume now? Heck if I know. And it ain't my fault if you never find it. The police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in that manor. What if it was tossed outside the manor? Ah! No way! But maybe, just maybe. The defense seems to have hit upon an idea. Well, go on, Mr. Justice. Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here? At the window? Did you toss it out the window? Because that would certainly explain why it didn't turn up inside the manor. You think I tossed it out the window? That costume cost me a pretty penny. Why would I go and do something like that? I can think of a few reasons. Any bright ideas, Apollo? Well, assuming the costume really was tossed out from the window, then the next question would be what happened to it after that? And if I'm right, I might have just the thing to prove what happened to the costume. Phineas Filch, I have just the evidence for you. You do. This evidence proves you got rid of your Tenmataru costume through the window. Ah, that's, Tenmataro flying through the sky. And just how does that prove Mr. Filch threw his costume out the window? It's quite simple. That's not Tenmataro in the photo. It's the costume Mr. Filch threw out. Oh, that's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are you? There's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window, meaning the manor's pretty high up. The costume flew through the air after it was tossed. That's when the photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Tenmataro really was a flight of fancy. What? Yikes. Oh my, so there really was never a yokai. Oh, I can't keep any of them cats bagged. Can I still file a claim for the lost costume? This more than proves the defense's position. Jinxie Tenma had nothing to do with the staging of the yokai sighting. Care to raise any objections, Prosecutor Blackquill? None whatsoever. I'll deal with that tricksy Tanuki after I've dealt with this case. We did it. Good going. Now all we have to do is make Florent Labelle take the stand. Sheathing the sword a bit early, are we not? Uh-huh. Nothing has been proven beyond a doubt. Take this tricksy little Tanuki, for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber? Probably the same way he got in, through the chamber's air vent. And what are the feathers and tracks of the scene of the crime? They would suggest the Tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air vent. But the Forbidden Chamber doesn't open from the inside. So what you're saying makes no sense, right? Someone on the outside opened the door for you. Isn't that right? Yeah, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprang right open. Sprung right open? Who was on the other side? I didn't get a good look at on the account of the sudden glare. Like how the reflection from my head blinds fellow moviegoers emerging from the dark. And that's when I snatched that staff and made my daring escape. And then that little maid gal spotted me as I hightailed it down the hall. And that means the Forbidden Chamber wasn't open until after the crime was discovered. But wait, we still don't know who opened it. Maybe there really was a third person in the Fox Chamber. Well, you little Tanuki, when the Forbidden Chamber opened, did you see the accused passed out there? Nope. Only one there was the alderman, and he was dead as a doornail. Humph. If the accused wasn't there, what do you suppose he was up to? Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going. Don't tell me. Plainly, the only one who could have opened the Forbidden Chamber was the accused, Damien Tenma. Wait a second. There had to be someone else besides Mayor Tenma there. Really? Then who might that be? Oh, well, that would be... It seems our feisty little lass has forgotten the most important thing. Evidence. I didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to details. Miss Sykes, you can't prove your point without proof of some sort. It's a proven fact. Sorry. Guess I put my foot in my mouth again. Now, Athena, we're definitely onto something here. We are? Think about it. If Filch was stuck inside the Forbidden Chamber, one of the alibis we heard would no longer hold any water. The defense would like to call a new witness to the stand. Someone who knew Mr. Filch was stuck in the Forbidden Chamber. And by virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up. Not that insufferable. Very well. The court will hear what Mr. Justice has to say. Whose alibi no longer adds up? Why, that's the defendant's aide, Florent Labelle. Didn't he claim to be in the foyer at the time of the crime? Yes, but in his alibi, he also claimed Mr. Filch was in the foyer too. However, as we all know, Mr. Filch was not there with Mr. Labelle at the time. In short, Mr. Labelle's alibi has disappeared. Florent Labelle's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch? I reckon there ain't no keeping that cat in the bag here, neither. It was all Mr. Labelle's idea. He told me he'd button his lip about me breaking into the Forbidden Chamber, and in return he said we'd vouch for each other's alibi. Shame on you, Mr. Filch. Perjury is a serious crime, you know. Aw, shucks. Mercy, Your Honor, mercy. I also assert that the person who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch was none other than Florent Labelle. After all, his alibi has just been proven a complete fabrication. I see. We will take a 20-minute recess, after which time we will see what Mr. LaBelle has to say for himself. Yes! We're finally going to drag that slippery snake onto the stand. In the meantime, the prosecution will question Mr. LaBelle about these new allegations. Oh man, look at that. Final witness. That didn't take that much time at all. I am feeling a bit tired, but I can definitely power through this last bit. Let's go. We did it, Apollo. We finally dragged Mr. LaBelle into court. Yeah. Hey, why the long face? I can't help but feel I'm missing something important. Plus, Prosecutor Blackwell's bound to mount a counterattack. You really are a worrywart, aren't you? It'll be fine. That mystery figure who opened the forbidden chamber for Mr. Filch had to have been Florent LaBelle. I know, but that's not what's bugging me. I wish I could put my finger on it, though. At any rate, the big showdown with Mr. LaBelle is coming up next, so chin up, Apollo. Alright. Court is back in session. Our next witness is... Yes, I'm acting on behalf of the mayor in this very important matter. It seems the witness is predisposed at the moment. Surely you jest. I will hold you to your promise. Remember that. Oh, my deepest apologies. This is Florent LaBelle, personal aide to Mayor Tenma. Or should I say, the accused. Ouch. Like the poor mayor who hasn't suffered enough. Well, what business do you have with me? I'm a very busy man, so let's make this as brief as possible. Your baldness? Right. Mr. Filch's testimony has revealed a hole in your alibi, and for this reason, you are suspected of having some sort of connection with the case at hand. To think I'd be associated with this entirely lurid affair. Well, I'm not, so may I go now? I have very important matters to attend to. I don't think so, Mr. LaBelle. Do you realize what a serious crime you've committed? Witness, you are being accused of perjury. This is your chance to clear the air. Fine. The truth is, I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. You see, as his personal aide, I felt I had to protect him. Sorry. You think this is funny? Without your alibi, you're a suspect too. What were you really doing at the time of the crime? Peasants. How dare you accuse me, one of the beautiful... Stop stalling and tell the court what you were really doing at the time of the crime. Silence. Enough jabbering. Swords have been drawn. The time for talk is past. Swords? What swords? This is a duel to the death. The fate of the accused rests in our hands. Begone, ye of cowardly heart. The battlefield hath no place for ye. Again? Oh my. So spare me, please. So much for sturdier shackles. Ah! Those chains hindered my vow that heads would roll this day. This gives keeping your head on in court a whole new meaning. But will the witness please deliver the accused's death knell? You know of what I speak. Most certainly. His goose is already cooked. Time to stick a fork in him. Whatever he has to say can't be good. As I told Prosecutor Blackwell during the recess, I rushed right over to the Fox chamber when I heard little Jinxie scream. What? Then, drum roll please, I saw Mayor Tenma opening the Forbidden Chamber doors. But there you have it. The mystery man who opened the chamber door, as witnessed by one Phineas Filch. It was the accused. There was never any third party. Oh, and that's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime. Startling sounds bad. The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed the alderman. That's right. The mayor actually confessed to the murder then and there. He confessed? Order of the court. This is quite conclusive testimony if it stands. Just so. And quite astonishing, I might add. I only learned of this fact during the recess. I just love surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Consider it a gift from me to you. No way, I don't believe Mr. LaBelle heard the mayor confess. But is this really true? Did Mayor Tenma really confess? It is, indeed. During the last recess, I confirmed it with the mayor's daughter. It would seem Mayor Tenma actually did confess. That testimony is quite favorable to the prosecution's... This is LaBelle. Yes, I called earlier about the party reservations. That's right, and I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Tenma's Conviction Gala. A splendid time is guaranteed for all but the mayor and his defense. Well, as it seems our witness is a very busy man, so let's get right to his testimony. Mr. LaBelle, please tell us what you saw when you came upon the scene of the crime. I was in the hallway, hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, the little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up, and opened the forbidden chamber. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end. Didn't, Jinxie call the police? Do I have any evidence that indicates that? I should. Let me see. I suppose Jinxie's statement might be it. Yeah, that's the only thing I really have. I must say, this is a shocking revelation. Quite unexpected. To think the defendant actually confessed then and there to his crime. Perhaps the guilt was too much to bear, so he confided it in his daughter. You do realize you should not have withheld such crucial testimony from the court. Once again, sorry. Just, I feared being accused if I mentioned coming up upon that most unpleasant scene. Why did the mayor's confession have to be brought up by this guy? We better do something before the judge declares the mayor guilty. As a death row inmate once told me in years gone by, there is a time to fight and a time to yield, a little time to live and a time to die. He's laying it out real thick now. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Alright, so does it make sense for Jinxie to run towards the foyer based on her own testimony that she's given? I think I just outright present it. Objection! Yep, there we go. Florent LaBelle, you're lying about having witnessed these events from the hallway. What on earth do you mean? Yes, care to fill the rest of us in, Mr. Justice? If Mr. LaBelle had recently fled down into the hall with a phone in it, he would have crossed paths with Miss Tenma. What's this? After she discovered the crime scene, she immediately went to call the police. Then, after making the call, she went back to the main hallway, whereupon she encountered the demon yokai, or whatever you want to call it. As for me, I call it Phineas Filch in a Tenmataro costume. The encounter happened right here, where the hallways meet. As for Mr. LaBelle, if he had fled here, feigning escape from a yokai imposter. Why, yes, the two would have crossed paths. Right, except Miss Tenma told us there was no one else in the hall. In short, Miss Tenma did not see you in the hall because you were never really there. My eyes! Not such a fabulous scent now, is it? But, Mr. Justice, the witness also stated that he heard the mayor confess. If he was lying about hearing the confession from the hall, then where was he when he heard it? Inside the Fox Chamber. Where else? But isn't that within the very crime scene? It is, Your Honor, and that means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's the third party I've been alleging this whole time. What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you? Silence. Foolish fop. A true man knows when he is beaten. The shield of lies comes to naught before a foe with the sword of truth bared. But Prosecutor Blackquill? What are you? I thought we were on the same side. You are mistaken. There are no sides here, save for my cold, steely edge of judgment. You are alone upon this battlefield, with naught but all your lies and sickly sweet perfume. Whoa, what just happened? Blackwell's really tearing into him. You heard the mayor's confession from the inside, did you not, you deviant dandy? For the sole location from which you could have seen and heard the mayor and the Tanuki, without either of them noticing you were right there in the Fox Chamber. Oh my. So that's how it's going to be. Fine, I'll come clean then. Seriously? You admit to being there in the Fox Chamber? I do. I did enter the room after the murder, but I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. I feel terrible about lying like that, but it's a verbal cologne that I use to protect myself. You'd better explain yourself, Mr. LaBelle. Yes, of course. I was just about to get to that. The witness is skating on thin ice. I'll remind you that perjury is a very serious crime. Now, let's hear your testimony again, this time without your perfume of lies. I did enter the Fox Chamber after the murder, but I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left. I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there. What I saw there up close, it was absolutely horrifying. So you see, I was there, but merely watching from behind the screen. Okay, well, I think I know what I need to press. I need to press on what he saw, and then he's probably gonna slip up about the statue. from behind the screen. Why, yes, I believe you wouldn't be spotted if you were there. Just so. You could see everything without being spotted by the victim, or that Tanuki Filch. Suffice to say, he was a mere witness to the events, rather than an actual third party. This guy is as slippery as an eel. Apollo, you think he's telling the truth? Well, he was in Fox Chamber, so at least that much must be true. The defense may cross-examine our slightly voyeuristic witness. Alright. Yep. Speed up until here. Let me press. Could you describe the crime scene in a bit more detail? And what exactly would you like more details about? Well, what I'd like to ask you about is, the murder weapon. Could you describe the state of the weapons that had been used at the scene? The spear had been thrust all the way through Alderman Cuby. Then there was that statue that Alderman used to bludgeon Mayor Tenma. That incredibly inspiring symbol had fallen to the floor. Oh, right, the statue. But why would you find it inspiring? Why exactly did you find the statue inspiring? Well, when I saw that statue, I felt as if the merger had been realized. It was like a celebration of union between the town and village. An inspiring symbol of goodwill. A broken statue next to a bloody corpse. Real inspiring. Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider his statement to be of any importance? Very important, yes. I believe that to be extremely important. I request that it be added to testimony.
Objection!
Your lies have finally betrayed you, Mr. LaBelle. What possibly could you mean? You said this statue was like a celebration of union between town and village. Isn't that correct? It is indeed, but what of it? The two yokai are joining hands in goodwill, as if they were celebrating the municipal merger. Is something the matter? So, how did you really know that this statue was meant to be a symbol of goodwill again? What? Justice Dono, explain yourself, and make it quick. This statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. A secret? Whatever do you mean? What I mean is that it broke when someone used it to strike Mayor Tenma on the head. What's left clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling it out. Yeah. That statue's secret and its true form were lost inside that locked room. For Miss Tenma is the only living soul who should know what it once looked like. So, Mr. LaBelle, where could you have possibly seen the statue in its original form? Poof. What do you mean, where? The only possible answer is this. You saw the statue in its original form, right there in the room where the alderman was murdered before it was broken. How dare you? Mr. Justice, are you accusing the witness with some sort of crime? Yes I am. Florent LaBelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex Cuby. Ah! Order! Mr. LaBelle, you've been accused of murder. Do you have anything to say in your defense? How could you possibly accuse me, the embodiment of beauty? Way to go, Apollo. This is the conclusive evidence we needed. Magnifico. We've got you now. We know you killed the alderman, now admit it.
Silence.
Enough of your silly games, Justice Dono. This prancing peacock could not possibly be the killer. What are you talking about? His alibi has already crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the fox chamber while it was still locked tight.
Silence.
Why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was very close friends with the alderman. Ergo... Yes, that's right. I clearly remember it now. Alderman QB told me about it. About what the statue actually looked like. I mean, he was a good friend of mine. Yeah, right. He wouldn't show you a secret gift just like that.
Silence.
Moreover, it has already been proven that he was not present at the scene of the crime. It has... Forgotten, have we? Recall the little scamp's statement, if you will. When Jixi Tenma unlocked the fox chamber, she saw the alderman and the mayor collapsed therein, and no one else. Oh, dang it. The fact is, it was you two who made that apparent in yesterday's court session. Thus, Florent Lebel cannot possibly have been in that locked room. I just don't get it. How could Jinxie not have seen LaBelle? The proof is incontrovertible. No room for debate exists. Am I not right, your baldness? It does seem awfully conclusive. The facts point to the defendant and the victim being the only people in that locked room. Moreover, the defendant has already confessed.
Objection. Silence.
You cannot defend the indefensible. Your role in this charade is over, Justice Dunno. But... Your baldness? This trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades with these simpletons. It is high time you brought down the hammer of justice. A point well made. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma, Caw! It would seem that my time is at hand. Mayor Tenma? Counselor, there is a matter to which I must testify. I recall it now, only for your good graces. Counselor? Oh, right, he must be me. Has he finally remembered what happened before that blow to his head? Bailiff, don't just stand there, seize him. It's no good, I can't restrain him. Know me and despair, for I am Tenma Taro, demon lord of the yokai. Mr. Justice, do something. Since when am I responsible for court security? Apollo, this is our chance. We might get some new information out of him. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he is just a yokai. Well, if you put it that way... Still, I believe this testimony by a yokai is unprecedented in the legal world. No, it's very precedented. There was a whole thing about this. Well, not yokai specifically, but just spirits. Unprecedented is an absurdity, more like. Alright then, Mr. Damien Tenma. Or should I say, Mr. Tenma Taro? Your testimony, please. I shall now speak of the recollections most real, courtesy of my host, Damien Tenma. Heed those words, mortals, for hear them but once you shall. Ka. Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly, two yokai did appear. On one side I, Tenma Taro, ruler of demonkind, and on the other my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox. So is the defendant asserting that the room he was in was very dark at the time? Strange as it may be, yes, indeed. All was in darkness. And the part about Tenmataro and the nine-tailed fox being there? Yes, that too. Tenmataro towered overhead and the nine-tailed fox glittered gold. Ah, I call animal abuse. It would seem that the defendant's recollections are not to be trusted. Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are still a bit fuzzy, as if half-dreamt that happening lingers in his mind. Apollo, maybe I can help here. Really? Oh, you mean... Yeah, I can hear it. The discord in his heart. I sense an unusual emotion in the mayor's memory of the event. Okay, I just hope her findings don't come back to haunt us. Again. Alright. Whew. We are getting through this slowly but surely. Yep, barely conscious. Two yokai appear. One side Tenmataro. And for some reason he's happy about the fox. How odd. I mean, right now I'm interpreting this as him about to get hit in the face, and he just sees the statue. When the nine-tailed fox appeared, you not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well. Joy? Perhaps it was a joy at the light coming into my eyes at long last. A long and terrible creaking did pierce the silence. And then there was light. On reflection, it was a door that did produce that infernal racket. A creaking door? Oh, you must be talking about the Forbidden Chamber door. It does make a lot of noise. So, this means the Forbidden Chamber really was opened. But what about the sudden light he described? I think I know. He mentioned darkness and Tenmataro towering overhead. Maybe the mayor wasn't really in the Fox Chamber at the time of the crime, but he was in the Forbidden Chamber. Mr. Mayor, did the darkness you were in happen to be here, in the Forbidden Chamber? The Forbidden Chamber? Was it not the Fox Chamber where the murder did occur? Yes, but it all makes sense if you were in the Forbidden Chamber. That terrible creaking noise was probably the chamber's door opening. And the towering Tenmataro you saw? Likely the Forbidden Chamber statue. Why, yes, that would explain it. The darkness in the staff in the demon's grasp. But even if all that's true, then what about the nine-tailed fox? Maybe he was seeing things, just like Jinxie and her imaginary yokai. Fantastic, Yo Apollo. It's entirely possible. In a groggy, dreamlike state, people can misremember things and events. Misremember, you say? Let me think. Ah, I do believe I remember now. That was not the nine-tailed fox. It was... the Amazing Ninetales. What? The Amazing Ninetales? At first this is but a dream, I thought. Now, however, most clearly do I recall. It was the Amazing Ninetales who did open the Forbidden Chamber's doors. I'm sorry I asked. The Amazing Ninetales, but that was the victim, Alderman Cuby, right? Yeah, why would he open the Forbidden Chamber? Wasn't he trying to keep it sealed? Never mind that. This is completely new information. Well, let me enter it and run an update. Alright. Yes, new info. Why are you feeling sad about the fox guy being here? when the amazing Ninetales opened the chamber, banishing the darkness within, you felt joy, but you also felt... Didn't you also feel shock and sadness? Yes, in the hazy depths of my mind, I do recollect something like that in nature. I believe it was the fiend's cape of red. For when I did behold it, a great wave of sadness did inexplicably wash over me. A cape of red? Apollo, we've reduced the noise level. Oh, but there's still a little left. Mayor Tenma, why were you sad when you saw the red cape? Why indeed? Does he have a red cape? No, he doesn't. His cape is yellow and white. As maybe it's just because he was, been stabbed already. What could this mean? I guess his memory's still a little spotty. I know because his latest recollection contradicts the evidence. Yeah, it's one of those contradictions that slaps you right across the face. Something this obvious could arise when someone is trying to force a fuzzy memory into a definitive shape. Apollo, I think I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see. Oh, so it's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process. Okay, time to review the evidence. Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice. Yep. Bum 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 bum. You said the amazing Ninetales cape was red. Are you sure about that? Yes, well, I do believe it was a red cape I saw, but... Mayor Tenma? Does this cape look red to you? Oh, that certainly does not look red. Not even the scarlet or crimson either. Nevertheless, upon my liberation, something red did fill my as yet hazy field of view. And I thought to myself, ah, the amazing Ninetales is arrayed in a cape of red. So you mistook that red something for his cape, huh? Apparently so, and remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me. So the red something probably wasn't a cape after all. Maybe that great sadness he mentioned was what's interfering with his memory. Well, he would have seen the fox chamber behind the amazing Ninetales. What red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking? I know, could it have been... Mr. Mayor, was the red thing you saw this? Oh, what would it be? I was just thinking blood. I mean, there's blood on this. But that wouldn't really work, would it? Do I just say it's blood? You know, I'm not actually certain. Okay, what could be red? That's not that. That's not it. This could be it. Nope. No. 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 Can't present people. No. Maybe. Maybe. No, 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 no. Okay, we have 3 options that have red on them. It's not the... I don't think it's a statue or the cloth, because we already know where those are. I think it could just be he's bloody. Yeah, we'll open up with the crime photo, I think. Something red that could produce deep sadness. Could it be, Mr. Tenma, that what you saw was the alderman's blood? Blood? Why, yes, it was blood. Oh, he's back to normal. Ah! Ah! It's all coming back to me now. It wasn't a red cape that I saw. It was lying behind the amazing Ninetales, the alderman's bloody body. Yeah. Oh, that's what the hairspray's for. His noise level's down to 0. I think he's remembered everything now. Does this mean the Amazing Ninetales killed Alderman QB? But the Alderman was the Amazing Ninetales, so how exactly would that work? Hey, I asked you first. Well, Mr. Justice, you sure know how to make a complicated matter even more complicated. True, by the time the crime, our client was in the Forbidden Chamber. Moreover...
Silence.
Oi, don't you think this is strange? The little scamp has already confirmed her father to be in the Fox Chamber. But she said not about seeing the Amazing Ninetales there. Ah, you just had to bring that up, didn't you? Jinxie didn't see LaBelle there either. It's so weird. Who really was in that room then? Would the defense care to share any theories with the court? Can you explain the inconsistency between the defendant's testimony and his daughter's? I think I can. Yes, of course. I can explain it. Because if we don't, we're in serious trouble. Not with more of your bluffs and fairy tales, I trust. Fair warning, Justice Dono. I shall have your head if you fail to explain this. Ah, what about a good old-fashioned penalty? Well, Mr. Justice, let's see if you have a head worth keeping on your shoulders. First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox Chamber while it was locked. We also know that Mayor Tenma was in the Forbidden Chamber based on his testimony. These two facts are crucial to my explanation. So let's consider the following question. If the facts point to Florent LaBelle and the victim being there at the scene, why did Jinxie Tenma see the victim and her father, Mayor Tenma? A very good question, indeed. I suppose you have an answer for us? Sadly, you would be supposing wrong. What if the alderman that Jinxie saw is not actually alderman, but LaBelle just lying down with a spear, like, or he doesn't even need the spear. I don't think Jinxie ever mentioned that. You think she could have mistaken LaBelle for the mayor? Well, if she did, then the question is, why did she do that? Well, how about the explanation, Mr. Justice? I believe the time for questions is over. The defense asserts that Florent LaBelle was at the scene of the crime. However, Jinxie Tenma has testified that she saw her own father collapsed there. If she has, in fact, misread the event, what could have made her do so? The figure Miss Tenma saw was not her father. It was Florent LaBelle disguised as Damien Tenma.
Silence.
That is a complete impossibility. Their faces are utterly unlike. How could you explain that away with a mere disguise? Yes, they do have incredibly distinctive faces. Maybe the disguise completely hid his face. I did not mean to click on this. I thought it was meant the other thing. I should read this more carefully. This is the second time I've failed due to misreading things. I think Jinxie would have mentioned if she couldn't see her father's face. And it was a sort of disguise. And if it was that sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it? Oh, right. Your sword is as dull as your mind, Justice Dono. Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of? I think I'll pass. Ah! Are you okay, Apollo? I'm not fine, am I? Well, now that we have a little fairy tale out of the way, your baldness, your verdict, if you will. Mr. Justice, I believe it's time for a verdict if you have no further arguments. What's even left for me to do? Apollo, remember what Mr. Wright always says? When you're stuck in a tight spot, turn the case upside down. Turn the case upside down. He does say that a lot, doesn't he? But I don't quite see how it applies here. Still, never hurts to give it a try, I guess. Let's see. Rather than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. And rather than she didn't tell anyone about the disguise, maybe it was she couldn't talk about it. Oh, see, this is what I was talking about. I'm not going to read the flashback. But when I meant that he was disguised, I didn't mean that he was replacing the mayor. I meant that he was replacing the alderman. And what was that? What was it? What about the fact that it was the amazing Ninetales who opened the door? A mask that can't be removed in front of others? Can these facts turn their things around? Ah! Ah! We got it all backwards. Apollo? I think we might have made a huge mistake. Your baldness? I see no need to further indulge in them in their silly little farce. The defense has no proof. They never did, and they never will. Then it seems I must announce my verdict. I do have proof. Do you now? All right, but this better be good, Mr. Justice. We can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Tenma mistook Mr. LaBelle for her father? Why she couldn't remove the costume or tell anyone about it in the first place? These riddles are inextricably linked to Mayor Tenma's secret identity. A shocking secret identity that will turn the entire premise of this case upside down. This piece of evidence clearly reveals Mr. Tenma's secret identity. We're going back to the mask again? Yeah. What absolute claptrap. Poppycock. Balderdash. We thought the alderman was the amazing Ninetales, and the mayor was Tenma Taro. That's why we believed the mayor killed the alderman in his lust for Ninetales' veil. But it was the basis for the prosecution's entire case against her client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. Mayor Tenma wasn't Tenma Taro. He was the amazing Ninetales. What's this? You'd best explain yourself, Justice Dono, and from where you derived such a far-fetched conclusion. Jinxie no doubt knew the true identity of the amazing Ninetales, but she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the amazing Ninetales she so passed out, even though, unbeknownst to her, it was really Florent LaBelle in disguise.
Silence.
The accused and that deceitful dandy are utterly dismissal in physical build and voice. That little scamp would have seen the difference.
Objection.
Remember, Mr. LaBelle has his very own brand of cosmetics. Why couldn't he fake a different build, too? And anyone speaking through a mask would naturally sound different.
Silence.
Why did she simply not pull the mask off? A masked wrestler's disguise is more precious than life itself. As a huge fan of the amazing Ninetales, she would never dare unmask him. Ah! Ah! This case of mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room. Then, by all means, Mr. Justice, answer it for us already. First, Mr. LaBelle entered the room where the mayor and alderman were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative. Once the alderman was out cold, that's when Mr. LaBelle killed him. Next, he took the mayor, who he had also drugged, into the Forbidden Chamber. Then he returned to the Fox Chamber, slipped into some of the mayor's spare clothes, and completed the disguise by donning the amazing Ninetales mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. LaBelle then let out a scream. The scream that led Jinxie Tenma to the scene. So then the person who said I killed Alderman QB was... Yep, that was Florent LaBelle in disguise. The mayor never actually confessed. This is no more than guesswork and speculation. Now, stop your jabbering and... No, you twisted samurai. This time you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. Once Miss Tenma left the scene, Mr. LaBelle, still wearing the mayor's clothes and mask, opened the Forbidden Chamber, so he could drag the mayor back out into the Fox Chamber. Oh, so the Amazing Ninetales the mayor saw was... Right, it was LaBelle opening the Forbidden Chamber. The second time Mr. LaBelle opened the door to the Forbidden Chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Startled, Mr. Filch in his Tenmataru disguise ran as fast as he could away from the room. As he did, he left behind him a trail of feathers and tracks, and gave Miss Tenma the scare of her life in the hallway. With no one left to witness the events that had occurred, Mr. LaBelle then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the Fox Chamber. I see. Well, that all certainly does make sense. Then, after dragging the mayor back into the Fox Chamber, Mr. LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled the room.
Silence.
For this absurd theory to work, it requires that the defendant be the Amazing Ninetales. However, he was the one pushing for the municipal merger. That such an individual could possibly be the Amazing Ninetales is preposterous. The mayor was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Miss Tenma's life would have been in danger if he had openly voiced his opposition. That's why he created a secret identity as the Amazing Ninetales. This is madness. No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot. No one except a killer as insane as his plot. And I'd say Florent LaBelle is more than qualifies. Foolish mortal, it is at your own peril that you forget who I am. Mayor Tenma, it's okay now. Jinxie will be safe just as soon as Mr. LaBelle is arrested. You are the Amazing Ninetales, aren't you? I... Oh, you have quite the active imagination. Mayor Tenma is not the Amazing Ninetales. What do you mean? Well, has the mayor admitted to it yet? But that's just... And even if he did admit to such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind Tenmataro right here and now. What? Why, you would dare reveal the secrets? My good friend the alderman told me all about it, but it wouldn't be good to expose the truth. What without superstitions now, would it? The truth behind Tenmataro? What's he talking about? So go ahead, say it. Say I am the Amazing Ninetales. I dare you. See, this is... now, obviously, at this point, he is guilty, right? I think everyone can see that, plain and simple. And the reason why he is able to get off scot-free is because of the, a bit of a overarching plot in these games, is that you can't, like, get anyone for a crime unless you have absolutely definitive evidence. And you also can't get someone off the hook for a crime unless you effectively prove someone else guilty. And at the end of the last game, we had seemingly swapped over to a jury system because we tested it out and it was wildly successful. And it resulted in quite a bit of confusion for me when I started this one, where it seems to have just completely disappeared. And in this moment right here, I am very upset that it has disappeared with literally no reasoning behind it. Just needed to get that out there. I've been in character for a while now. Ugh.
Objection!
Wait. Will somebody please explain what's going on here? Mayor Tenma will do anything to keep the truth behind Tenmataro a secret. A dark, terrible truth that has been kept secret by the village superstitions. And if the mayor admits to being the amazing Ninetales, you'll expose the truth? Right, I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up. So, what now, Justice Dono? Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle. I'll show you who's useless. Apollo, don't you dare give up now. I know. Your Honor, I believe Mr. LaBelle's statements warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the Amazing Ninetales is the cornerstone of this case. You do have a point there. Please answer this court, Mr. LaBelle. Is the defendant the Amazing Ninetales or not? The Amazing Ninetales' true identity is not Mayor Tenma. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. But if he did admit to such nonsense, I will expose the truth behind Tenmataro right here and now. And that would bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale, just as the superstitions say. Oh, I hate this. This is the worst. Like, I mean, this trial's been fine up until now, but this guy is single-handedly dragging it down. Talk about out of the pot and into the fire. At this rate, the mayor will be found guilty, for sure. Honestly speaking, if Mayor Damien Tenma is not the Amazing Ninetales, I'm afraid I don't see how the defense has much of a case here. Judge, my client is being blatantly blackmailed by this man. Please do something. Oh, and let's just leave it at that, shall we? We all know the Alderman QB was the Amazing Ninetales, anyway. I mean, that's how the Ninetales Vale made a comeback. The Alderman was so popular. There's gotta be a hole in that testimony somewhere, but I don't even know where to start. Since we don't have any proof that the mayor is the Amazing Ninetales, then we'll just have to get him to admit it himself. But if he admits it, LaBelle's going to expose the secret behind Tenmataro. We're so close, I know it. The defendant may cross-examine the witness. Okay, here we go. I think we need to press on the truth. Yes. And just how did you learn of this so-called truth behind Tenmataro? Alderman QB told me all about it. The secret of the Forbidden Chamber and the truth behind Tenmataro. Why would he share secrets like that with you, Mr. LaBelle? Because of the Alderman's wife. I was looking after her while she was hospitalized. He appreciated it so much, he shared the secrets with me. Wait, did he threaten the Alderman in addition to the mayor? Don't tell me that's how he learned to open the Forbidden Chamber. Needless to say, I'm not above revealing the truth about Tenmataro. Do not gaze upon Tenmataro, do not tell others if you see him. Isn't that what the village superstitions say? Exactly. Telling others what Tenmataro looks like would reveal the truth. That's why the superstitions were written down in the first place. And ruin coming to the village if you free him? Is that a warning not to expose the truth? Bingo! And the truth is, Tenmataro is a great greed-inspiring fortune. That's what the whole battle over the Ninetales Vale is about. Tenmataro is a great fortune. Come to think of it. I'm not going to read the flashback. Could Tenmataro actually be the forbidden... Telling the villagers that Tenmataro is a terrifying yokai is what has scared them away from the Forbidden Chamber and the treasure within. That's how the treasure has been kept secret all this time. Well. It It seems our ace attorney here has uncovered the truth that must not be revealed. Mayor Tenma looks like he wants to keep the truth hidden as much as I do. Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Tenmataro exists. That's why the secret must be protected. As long as Tenmataro exists, huh? Mr. LaBelle, please add that statement to your testimony. Let's see. What do I have that goes directly against that? As long as Tenmataro exists. Do I just put the figure in? Because... Oh, I didn't get to take the scroll with me. Well, the scroll depicted Tenmataro as coming out of the gold, so I think I just present the photo, well, not the photo, the statue, since the statue depicts the guy who stole the gold.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Mr. LaBelle, what if Tenmataro no longer existed? Revealing the truth would no longer be an issue, would it? If Tenmataro no longer existed? What on earth are you talking about? Oh, apparently you haven't heard. Tenmataro no longer exists. But I guess you didn't get to do a thorough search after the key was taken from you. Because when we searched the Forbidden Chamber, there wasn't any treasure there. Really? Well, maybe you weren't looking in the right place. Sorry, but I have proof that Tenmataro no longer exists. Take a look at this figure. What do we have here? It looks like some sort of creature. We found this in the Forbidden Chamber. It's an Azuki Kozo figure. The great thief Azuki Kozo used to leave them at the scene of his crimes. Are you suggesting that Tenmataro has been stolen? Yep, Phineas Filch's grandfather, a master thief, was the culprit. And by that hideous, moronic caretaker's grandfather, no less? No! My beautiful golden Tenmataro was... The greed inspired by Tenmataro can no longer bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale. Isn't that right, Mayor Tenma? The root of tragedy would indeed seem to be gone. In fact, I now recall the alderman revealing the secret to me on the day of our meeting. He must have been speaking of Tenmataro, for he said to me the gold ingot was gone. The gold ingot? You mean the treasure that is Tenmataro's true form? Recall, if you will, the scroll in the Forbidden Chamber. Tenmataro is a yellowish object shown there. A giant gold ingot that my nomadic ancestors bestowed upon Ninetales Vale. In return for that gold, my ancestors did receive from Ninetales Vale land that would become Tenma Town. But drive the villagers mad with greed did the great fortune. Bitter was their greed-fueled battle. It was as if they were possessed. My ancestors' gold became as a curse upon their village, a curse of ruin. Thus it was that the yokai Tenmataro came to be. So, Tenmataro and the village superstitions were merely fairy tales to scare people away? Fairy tales or not, Tenmataro made quite the mess of things. Yes, indeed, for there is no greater monster than a mortal man's lust for gold. Well, you know what they say, the love of money is the root of all evil. My ancestors did bring a terrible thing here to Ninetales Vale, a terrible thing so terrible that Tenmataro, a monster just as terrible, had to be created to keep it a secret. Yet we have naught but love for the little village to which we owe our very existence. Tenma Town would never seek to take over Ninetales Vale in a merger. Oh my, that was quite a shocking lesson in history. Mr. Mayor, now that we know Tenmataro no longer exists, are you ready to admit your secret? You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? No, don't do it. Please, no! Begone, you demented demon. Now, where was I? The Golden Lord of Yokai, the Amazing Ninetales, is indeed me. I didn't realize that was him laughing for a moment. And that means Jinxie. Yes? The man wearing the mayor's clothes who you saw collapse in the Fox Chamber. Was he wearing the Amazing Ninetales mask? Uh-huh. That's what made me think it was Papa. He said he was gonna reveal his secret identity to Alderman QB that day, so... So... It really wasn't Papa I saw there, was it? It was Florent's idea from the start. He advised me to reveal my secret identity to the Alderman. Yeesh. Rube Goldberg machines have less elaborate setups than LaBelle's scheme. You may rest easy now, little Jinxie. That monster's deception is thorough. Or is through. Caw. The true facts behind this case have finally come to light. Mayor Tenma did not kill Alderman QB. But Florent LaBelle did. How dare you, peasants? Ah! No!
Silence.
Yeah, Blackwell, you've been very quiet this whole time. Justice Dono. You should at least have a real blade in your hands if you desire to cross swords with me. Or have you mistaken this battlefield for a training ground? What's this guy want now? Evidence is like a razor-sharp blade that cuts through bone as though it were butter. But you have only blind guesses, a dull blade incapable of cutting even a cake. He has you there, Mr. Justice. After all, evidence is everything in a court of law. But... They're right. Let's see some evidence. Of course, a perfect being like me wouldn't leave any incriminating evidence behind. This is the final battle. Just as a samurai must live and die by the sword, you will live or die by the evidence you hold. My swift blade of judgment awaits. Now, present your conclusive evidence. Or don't you have any? Oh, crud. Do I have anything conclusive? I don't know, do I? It's not the statue. Isn't it just the hairspray? Yeah, it's the hairspray, isn't it? I think. Yep, I think it's the hairspray. Because the hairspray allowed him to have fake hairs in the mask, which can be wiped off with water. Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. You do? Of course. It's just the conclusive evidence we need, too. I'm going to finally prove that Mayor Tenma is innocent. Here comes justice. Oh, this is a new minigame. Let's review the facts. The most damning evidence against the mayor was the crime scene itself. The mayor and the victim were the only two people found in the room. Also, we all thought the alderman was killed because he was the Amazing Ninetales. As we know, of course, we were way off. Amazing Ninetales is really Mayor Damien Tenma. That's why, when his daughter, Jinxie, saw the Amazing Ninetales collapse at the scene, she mistook him for her father. Those are the facts as we have revealed. However, Mr. LaBelle asserts that he did not leave any evidence at the scene of the crime. But he didn't say anything about evidence outside the crime scene. Maybe he isn't as clever as he thinks. Does any of the evidence found outside the crime scene provide any clues? Yeah, it's the mask. Oh, I know, the Amazing Ninetales mask. It was found washed up along the river. What sort of clue does the mask hold? Would it be the white hair or the... What color hair did he have when we first met him? He had blonde hair. So I assume it's the patch of gold and fur, right? because the hairspray washes with water, and his natural hair was blonde at the time. A patch of golden animal fur was found caught in the window at the crime scene. Oh, that's evidence from inside the fox chamber. Okay, no, that was not it. I thought that was in the mask. Okay, it's the white hair. And what about the white hair left in the mask? Who does it belong to? It belongs to Florence. Yes. Oh, right. The white hair is Florent Labelle's. Yes, now that's what I call conclusive evidence. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have any conclusive evidence to present to this court? Of course I do. Observe this mask, if you will. That mask? How is that conclusive evidence? It's not the mask itself, but the white hair inside it. We originally thought it belonged to Alderman Rex Cuby. Yes, but the Amazing Ninetales, as we now know, is Mayor Tenma, so... That is correct, so the question is, whose hair could this be? And the answer to that is the last person to have worn it before it was discarded. That would be you, Mr. Florent Labelle. What are you talking about? I never have hideous white hair like that.
Silence.
It would appear your coup de grace failed to hit its mark. This freakish fop is not the white hair type, because he's busy being one ludicrously garish color or another. No, Prosecutor Blackquill, it's you who has made a fatal error. What? Remember where this mask was found? It was washed up by the side of the river. With that in mind, the last piece of evidence will solve all of those remaining riddles. Ah, that's... What is that? This is Mr. Labelle's own private brand of hair color. It washes out with just water. The court will also recall that the Amazing Ninetales mask washed up alongside the side of the village river with white hair inside it. What's this? Are you saying that preening Peacock's hair color is... That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. Labelle's hair color is a freaky work of fiction. But thanks to that river flowing through the Ninetales Vale, we now have a real-life expose. Ah. The white hair in this mask is conclusive evidence proving you're the real killer. A DNA test is all we need to prove it, and we both know we'll get a match. Admit it. Florent Labelle, you were the one who killed Alderman Rex Cuby. You... Peasants, how dare you! Ah! You profane my beauty. I'm going to exterminate you like I did. Ah! I can't voice the breakdown, it's going too fast. Hello, this is Labelle. What? The project is off? This is Labelle. The sponsors have pulled out? Labelle speaking. I'm fired? You mean I'm no longer Mayor Tenma's aide? Hello, this is Labelle. What? There's a catastrophic damage claim against me? $100 million. I'm finished, washed up. Stick a fork in me, I'm done. This is preposterous. I, Simon Quill, defeated? Order, order, order in the court. Well, this is quite the unexpected outcome. I must hand it to you, Mr. Justice. You really turned this case on its head, just like that other lawyer, Phoenix Wright. Wait, that was a compliment, right? Prosecutor Blackquill, what have you done with Florent Bell? The the defaced man has withered like a flower without water. One of the officers is currently tending to him with a sprinkler. Why didn't they just wash even more of his makeup off? Allow me to explain the actions of the guilty party in detail. The motive, of course, was to steal a gold ingot known as the Tenmataro. However, few are allowed into the manor due to its cultural ties to Ninetales Vale. LaBelle set in motion plans to gain access to the manor and the gold via the merger. But the efforts of the amazing Ninetales saw those plans come to a halt. And thus LaBelle murdered the alderman and attempted to pin the blame on Mayor Tenma. I see, but what I still can't comprehend is why he would go after the gold in the first place. Mr. LaBelle didn't look like someone who was in need of financial aid. LaBelle hid his past well, much like he hid his beauty with makeup. He's mired in debt. Debt due to pouring money into a brand only he could love. Which is why he sought the gold with such veracity. Too bad for him. Someone else had gotten to the first anyway. I see. Very well then. I believe it's time I declared a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma, not guilty. Ah, yes. We've made it to the end. A round of applause, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Ah, that was a long one. 4 hours, constantly in character. And I'm still not done. We have about 10 minutes left. Court is adjourned. That was some seriously good lawyering, Apollo. Even I didn't see that coming. Just got lucky, I guess. You banished Temataro from Ninetales Vale like you were some kind of exorcist. There's still one thing I don't understand. How come Mr. LaBelle didn't kill Mayor Tenma too? He could have set it up so the mayor murdered the alderman, then died from a counterattack. That would have removed at least one possible fly from the ointment. I was wondering about that too, but I have a hunch LaBelle was biding his time. He was planning on exposing the Amazing Ninetales' true identity himself. Huh? But why? Because the mayor was the Amazing Ninetales. Had LaBelle succeeded in framing Mayor Tenma for the alderman's murder, the wrestler's popularity would have plummeted once his identity was revealed. Oh, I get it. If the Amazing Ninetales was just killed, he'd die a hero, but if he was proved a villain, his fans would abandon him, making the merger that much easier. Right. Then, when the merger was complete and everything was cooled down, he'd be able to search the Forbidden Chamber at his leisure. What an insanely intricate plot. Caw! A most excellent job clearing my name. A feat worthy of the Demon Lord's approval. Why are you acting like Tenmataro again? Let this be of no concern to you. How could it not concern me? Tenmataro, be gone! Gah! Jinxie. Seems like ages since I've laid eyes on you. Papa, you're finally back. Yes. It would seem Tenmataro is no match for you. I'm not scared of that silly yokai anymore. Your father's a free man now, Jinxie. Isn't that great? Thank you for all you've done. Seeing you guys in action, it made me feel like I don't have to be afraid anymore. Wait, is Jinxie actually smiling? This is all thanks to you two. Too bad the Amazing Ninetales will have to retire, though. Aw, how come? Once everyone hears I'm the Amazing Ninetales, my fanbase will nosedive. After all, I'm not the most popular of people, another reason for my secret identity. I don't see how I could possibly continue. Hehe, I think you've misjudged yourself. Take a look outside. Say, now that you mention it, what's all that noise out there? A big crowd gathered outside the courthouse once the big news broke. Seems like they want to get a glimpse of Mayor Damien Tenma, the man behind the mask, and to root for your return to the wrestling ring. Rooting? For me? But I thought I was nothing more than a malefactor in their eyes. The only one who really matters is Jinxie. Show her how cool you really are. Yeah, you're the coolest when you're out there fighting in the ring, Papa. Jinxie. Here, I think you'll be needing this. Thank you. Now, if you'd excuse me. Huh? I don't want to keep my fans waiting. I sure hope they settle their problems between Tenma Town and Ninetales Vale. Me too. I'm sure they'll be fine. After all, the blackmailer/killers behind bars and the murder's no longer an issue. Plus, the Amazing Ninetales is obviously a hit, and I suspect Ninetales Vale will be too. And it's all because we believe in our client, just like you said. Okay, people. Now that we've got that one in the bag, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. That sounds good. I've been so nervous I haven't eaten since yesterday. Better keep eating, Apollo, or you might have to start looking up at me. Uh-huh. I'm definitely past my growth. I'm definitely past my growth phase, and you should be about past yours too. No, she's 18. She can keep going. Are you kidding me? I'm just getting started. Ready or not, it's face stuffing time. Keep eating that like that, and the only direction you'll grow is sideways. Very funny. But I've got a hollow leg. I can eat as much as I want without getting an ounce. Really? Wow, I can't wait to see this. Calories? Ha! Just let them try and stick on me. Also, I was under the impression that Athena is taller than Apollo. I guess not. Alright, alrighty you two. Let's get going before the old man closes shop. Aldoon's Noodles isn't an all-night stand, you know. I'm with Mr. Wright. Let's go. I've been waiting to have a bowl from there ever since Mr. Wright told me about them. Well, what are we waiting for? The noodles are on me today, so I expect some serious eating from you two. Yay, thanks, boss. I won't let you down. Athena has no idea what she's getting into. Mr. Aldoon's noodles are so hot and salty. 2 bowls would kill a man. Oh, is that the end? Not quite. That was our first case together. Oh, I missed that. Can I get a log? The Dark Age of Law seems so distant, so irrelevant to our small, cozy office. But little did I know that it had been lurking all along, right there behind us. The first time it made itself known was during the murder at Themis Legal Academy. That case would mark the twilight before the dark, cold night that was to come. I suppose that's our next case, then. Is it also going to be occurring before the first chapter, or first case? Oh, look at that. We've made it to the end. Wonderful. And with that, we're going to call it. We're not going to keep going, because we've been at this for a while. Let's see, how are we doing? 4 hours, 17 minutes. That is a long time to be voicing that, and it makes sense why my throat does not feel too great. Well, thank you all for tuning in, even if we did get at least one bot that I had to kick out. I had a great deal of fun today. And next week, we will probably just be doing a variety of games, whatever I feel like. Yakuza will probably make its way into there. And if I'm really bored, we'll start at Ace Attorney next week. Otherwise, we're going to give it a week break before we go back into it. Let's see, do we have anything else? No particularly news. Just, we'll probably stream again tomorrow. And that'll count as a new week, so... yeah, that's about it. Thank you all for tuning in. This is Seek the Scuffed, and I am signing off.